and confirm the quorum for the meeting? The Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a quorum, and the confirmed registrations we have Botswana, DRC, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. We have received apologies from Mauritius, Madagascar, Angola, and Lesotho. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Secretary. So meaning that we have a quorum for the meeting. Thank you. So now we have the adoption of the agenda. Honorable members, the draft agenda for the meeting was circulated to you, to all members, to you all. I would like to know whether there are any proposals to amend the draft agenda. Please. Any proposal to amend the agenda from all honorable members? Any hands up? No? If not, then can we move for the adoption of the agenda? So can we allow one member to move for the adoption of the agenda? We have Zimbabwe on the line, online. Zimbabwe, go ahead, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you. Any secondments? Secondments? Zimbabwe, is your hand still up or? Honorable Mpariwa, is your hand still up? We need somebody to second the adoption.
Eswatini, Madam Chair, wants to second.
Thank you, Honorable Stridon, for the secondments.
Okay.
Now may we proceed. Thank you so much. So I would like now to deliver the opening remarks. The Vice President of the committee, Honorable Kasim Hassan Haji, honorable members of the committee, our esteemed experts, officials from the SADC-PF, our valued citizens and other stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Seychelles. And I know that probably you are way ahead. We are nearing now 12 noon. I feel greatly honored and privileged to deliver the opening remarks at this auspicious occasion meant to give vibrancy to the voices of our citizens in governance. This timely public hearing is a tacit recognition by the SADC Parliamentary Forum for the imperative need to have social intercourse with the citizens so that the sacred mandate of a forum is understood in the theater of regional governance. Gathering the views of citizenry on matters that affect them in a sacrosanct duty that Parliament is privileged to have pervasively shares with the public. As most of you may be aware, the authority to govern is derived from the people, hence the need to continuously and consistently engage with them so that we respond positively to their needs at all times. Supremacy must always be given to the voice of the people, as they are the ultimate beneficiaries of sound governance system. We owe it to the people to be in Parliament. As such, we must reciprocate this gesture by offering dedicated services to the people. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, may the committee of, once again, I'm just closing this. Honorable members, the Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Program is strategic in bringing to the fore the four issues that are central to human development. Over the last few years, it is disconcerting to note that the quality of life of our citizenry has been degraded by the multiplicity of factors, which inter alia include the declining health and education standards, the adverse effects of climate change, unstable microeconomic environments characterized by surging inflation, the ever-rising cost of living, falling governance standards, and weak oversight by parliamentary bodies. In this context, therefore, there is a need to provide an avenue for citizens to give their views around these key issues pursuant to the need to enhance participatory democracy. As members of parliament, we are direct products of elections. Enforcing our mandate will not be a material challenge if we do not incorporate the views of the people who elected us. Indeed, the representative and participatory elements of our democracies should not be seen as being in tension with each other. We must be seen as mutually supportive. General elections, the foundation of representative democracy, would be meaningless without massive participation by the voters. Members, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, active participation by the citizenry on a continuous basis provide vitality to the functioning of the representative democracy. It encourages citizens to be actively involved in public affairs and identify themselves with institutions of the state. Participation enhances the civic dignity of those who participate by enabling their voices to be heard and taken into account. It promotes a spirit of democratic and pluralistic accommodation calculated to produce policies that are likely to be widely accepted and effective in practice. It strengthens the legitimacy of policies in the eyes of the people. Public participation, because of its open and public character, acts as a counterweight to secret lobbying and influence peddling. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, enhanced interaction between SADC Parliamentary Forum and the citizenry creates a mutual and symbiotic relationship that promotes citizen participation in policy, development, and implementation. Bringing parliament to the people is critical in strengthening the legitimacy of governing bodies. This increases the confidence of the people in parliamentary processes, while at the same time enhancing the visibility of SADC-PF. As I conclude, therefore, I call upon citizens to make use of our public hearings and actively engage with the forum in raising issues that are pertinent in promoting human-centered development paradigms. I look forward to the submissions that we shall receive from a number of stakeholders, particularly on issues of sexual reproductive health, rights, as well as access to health. The submissions will shape the form and character of our resolutions. I encourage everyone who will make submissions to do so openly and without fear or favor. We stand to benefit more from open but respectful human-centric contributions. I thank you, honorable members. So we have adopted the agenda. Am I being heard?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you, Chair.
Oh, thank you so much. Because it's a bit so quiet. So we've adopted the agenda. And now, can we consider to adopt the minutes of the statutory meeting of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Program held on Sunday, the 1st of May, 2022, at the Radisson Blue Centon Hotel, Johannesburg, South Africa. This is ahead of the 51st Plenary Assembly under the theme towards strengthening the role of Parliament in curbing corruption and promoting accountability in the SADC region, and engaging parliamentarians on how to use public finance management to execute measures to fight corruption. Honorable members, we shall now consider the minutes to confirm if we are a correct record of the meeting. We shall consider the minutes item by item to accommodate any differences in pages across the languages. So I believe the secretary has already pinned the minutes meeting up. So can we, may I now invite members to make any corrections of the items from the minutes? Any corrections, members, from the minutes meeting? Or maybe we should go page by page. What is the consensus?
Would be fine, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, Secretary, can we have page 1? Okay, we have page 1 in regards to the attendances. Any corrections on the names? Probably that needs to be amended. Okay, attendances, the names, right? So we move to the second, well, the page may be different in English and French and Portuguese. So we go to the next one, which is the agenda. We've sort of adopted this one into the last meeting. Can we go on number 1.0? 1.0, we've adopted the last agenda. Number 2, 2.0, welcoming remarks. Any corrections? I believe all has been well maintained into this area, well captured. Can we go to number 3? Number 3. Right, so consideration of the minutes. Okay, number 3, any corrections to be made there? So now I believe we go to number 4, which is matters arising from the minutes of the previous meeting held virtually on the 15th of October. Any corrections? If not, we go to that's number 4. We go to number 5, presentation of evaluation report of the ESA ministerial commitments. Any corrections, or am I going too fast, or can we catch up all together? Are we fine? Madam Secretary? It's okay. So bullet number A is fine. B, C, okay, D. Any corrections? E, F. If there's no correction, we go to the next one, which is G. All right. H, the region that has witnessed unprecedented levels of weakness institution. So any correction on H? None. So we move to I. The following issues should be considered in order to improve health financing in the region. And right from the Roman figures, 1 to 23. 23. Any correction that needs to be made? Thank you. Thank you. And the next one is number 7, which is election of the chair and vice chair. I think the names were right. And finally, we go to the conclusion. And at the end of it, there was no business to be raised. So we conclude the corrections for any corrections for the minutes. So colleagues, honorable members, if not, can we proceed? May I have a member to move for the adoption of the minutes that we've just went through? Adoption of the minutes. We have Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, Honorable Mpela.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we move for second month? Anybody to second of the move that has just been made, proposed adoption of the minutes? May we have another colleague or a colleague to second the adoption of the minutes? Eswatini? Yes, Honorable Stridon.
I second, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. So the minutes have been adopted. Okay. Right. Honorable members, may I now invite, okay, no, that one we've concluded. Any matters you would like to raise in regards to the minutes? And I would like to call upon the secretary to clarify if there are any matters to be raised. Honorable members, any matters to be raised from the minutes? So the minutes is up. Thank you. So can we move down? Any matters pertaining to all the points in the minutes that you feel that needs to be raised? No? So let's go back to our fine. I'm just going to verify the agenda. So we've done the credentials, we've completed number 1, number 2. Consideration of minutes meeting of previous meeting, we've done that as well. We've approved the minutes. Now we go to matters arising. Number 5.1, consideration of citizen representations. Secretariat, can you guide us on this one? Secretariat.
Okay, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I guess if there are no matters arising, we can adjourn the meeting to 11 o'clock when the public hearings will start.
Okay, that's good. That's good. So thank you very much, Secretariat. So like we've just mentioned, we've been advised we can have a break, and then to so that at the end of the day, after the break, we can move to the public hearing. So at what time should we, the public hearing starts at what time, Secretariat?
At 1100 hours.
Okay, that cuts for the public hearing. So we can adjourn the meeting now, and for the first part of the meeting, and we shall meet again for the commencement of the public hearing sessions at 11 hours. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you so much for your commitment, especially in this virtual meeting for this morning. And thank you so much, Secretariat, for your guidance and your support. So we shall meet later on. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members.
Good morning, Paulina.
Yes, we will be using the same link for the 11 o'clock public hearings.
Okay.
So if you are Jen, you can come back on the same, or you
At
can
the same link.
Yeah, you can remain in the meeting.
Thank you so much, Paulina. So any other housekeeping messages to other members, to the members? No.
Yes, not at the moment.
Okay, thank you so much, Paulina. So thank you so much. So we adjourn the meeting and we come back at 11 CAA hours. Thank you so much. We can end Secretariat.
Yes, Madam Chair, we can reconvene at 1100 hours.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, Chair. Hello. Hello, Chair.
Just say something.
Good morning, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned. We'll reconvene at 11 o'clock for the public hearings.
We have adjourned.
Yes, the committee
Oh,
session
up
has
to,
ended.
we might start at 11.
Yes, the public hearings is convening at 11 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you, my dear.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, right.
Eish. Akupedzwa ngeiuyu ndiwo usingatisina basa wangu. Hatichazivi kuti zvake adu. Vai kudiko nemaide zvivharo zvitsvuku. Unomuona kuti
Chirongedzwa ngechiri kutaura hatisi kumboziva kuti zviri kufamba sei.
Do we come to the end of the meeting or?
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, can we now start the meeting? Honorable Chairperson, can we start the meeting? Honorable Chairperson, can we now start? Honorable Chairperson, can you hear me?
What happened?
Honorable Chairperson, can you hear me?
The chairperson will join shortly.
Okay, so can we proceed?
How do we proceed in the absence of the chair? Hello. Committee Sec.
Honorable
Hello?
member. Yes, I can hear you.
I'm checking on. I'm checking. Don't you have a vice chair?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. I am advised that the
Oh, it's not,
chairperson.
is not in the meeting.
Yes, and I'm advised the chairperson will be joining us shortly. So let us just give you a few minutes.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Bonjour,
hello,
Madame la Présidente.
chairperson.
Bonjour, comment ça va? Je suis là.
Comment allez-vous? Je vois que vous êtes vraiment en forme maintenant.
Merci beaucoup. Parce que
Ok.
c'est très soleillé ici aux Seychelles, hein? So how is Madagascar? Fine?
Yes, Honorable
Ça va
Chairperson.
bien, la pluie, ça commence à tomber, donc les gens, ils commencent à travailler sur la terre
Okay,
maintenant. OK.
that's good. Merci beaucoup.
Ça nous permet de lutter contre l'insécurité alimentaire.
Oui, oui, c'est sûr. C'est bien.
OK.
Secretariat, SADC Secretariat.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We are ready to commence our session. Maybe before that, I have a few announcements and housekeeping issues. I just want to acknowledge the chairperson, members of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs, as well as other honorable members from SADC national parliaments. I also wish to acknowledge in absentia Excellency Ms. Boemo Sekoma, the Secretary General, and I also wish to acknowledge SADC citizens from across the region, as well as representatives of the civic society organizations. I also wish to acknowledge our partner organizations, fellow members of the Secretariat, and distinguished participants. Honorable Chairperson, the first announcement is that all participants are requested to keep their microphones on mute unless given the floor to speak by the moderator. And as far as interpretation is concerned, this meeting is available in the 3 official languages of SADC PF, namely English, French, and Portuguese. On the Zoom interpretation icon, please select your preferred language and click mute original audio. C relates to the recording of the meeting. This meeting is being recorded as part of the journals of the Standing Committee in line with the rules of procedure. Then D, anyone who wishes to speak is requested to click the raise hand icon. E, for any communication with the chairperson or a moderator, please use the chat box. And as far as the meeting etiquette is concerned, all the participants should note that it's on video, so make sure the camera is properly set as the meeting is being live streamed. Then writing of names and organizations, all participants are requested to write their names in full. Those that are representing their organizations should write the names of their organizations, and those attending in their individual capacity should write SADC citizen and the name of their country. For instance, Joanne Gandiwa, SADC citizen from Zimbabwe. Then, Honorable Chairperson, I now wish to invite the moderator for the meeting, Mr. Andrew Marangwidze, to take over the moderation of the meeting. So over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Gandiwa, for the introductions, and welcome to SADC-PF Public Hearing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs. As already highlighted, we are going to stick to the program as much as we can possibly do. So please, if there are any questions that you want to raise, as already indicated, you need to raise your hand, or you can put them through the chat box so that when the presenter is done with their presentation, we can be able to make follow up with them, or they can be able to answer them after their presentation. So in this committee, the focus will be mainly on the following questions, or we'll be looking to put a spotlight on the following issues. That is, do women have sufficient access to sexual and reproductive health services? Can women afford the cost of sanitary wear given the inflationary rates trends which we are witnessing across the region? And are essential medicines for HIV and AIDS affordable? How much do out-of-pocket expenses compare to the income of citizens with regards to what they spend on health care? To our presenters, please note that your slots are 15 minutes in most of the cases. So if you can try and give us at the end of your presentation, maybe 5 to 3 minutes for us to be able to ask questions before the deliberations that will happen at the end of it all, that will be most welcome. So to start with, let us go straight into the program, and to give us their presentation is PS Alliance. PS Alliance, I'm not sure if they are ready. Maybe technical team assist.
Good afternoon again. Am I being heard? Hello?
Yes, you are here, ma'am.
So I can proceed. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I can move ahead. The Vice Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Kasim Hassan Haji, honorable members of our committee, which is the Human and Social Special Programs Standing Committee, our esteemed experts, officials from the SADC-PF, our valued citizens and stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The SADC Parliamentary Forum has since its inception been working to promote inter-parliamentary cooperation and diplomacy across the Southern Africa. This endeavor is quite essential for the SADC-PF to determine the points of convergence between national interest of individual countries and regional interest community. Whilst pursuing inter-parliamentary relations, a basic norm that has been diligently followed has always been putting people first. That is knowing attempting to know that SADC citizens want. This is in line both with the foundational principles of democracy, which hinges on the will of the people expressed through a representative body such as parliament. The jurisprudential theory, which recognizes that it is the people collectively who have power and control over the nations. Just to note, my dear colleagues and all protocol respected, this is the first ever having a public hearings is being held alongside a standing committee of the SADC-PF. As such, this forum is the first being held by the SADC-PF as well. And the aim or the objective of this forum is to actively engage with all concerned, especially the stakeholders, the population of the region, so that the mandate of the SADC-PF is clearly understood in a participatory democracy to promote engagement across the SADC region. On this note, I would urge everyone to have a fruitful discussion and participation, hoping that the voice of the population within our region will be heard in a democratic manner. I thank you. Moderator.
Thank you, Chairperson, for your welcome remarks. Apologies, I shoot straight into the program. I guess, like you have said, this is the first public hearing, so we are bound to have one or two hiccups and mistakes here and there. Apologies for keeping you on the program. We move on into the program of the day. Like I had called on PSI Alliance, Mr. Adolf Maveneke from SAFE-AIDS, Senior Regional Program Officer, Policy and Advocacy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for those opening remarks. I do hope everyone can hear me clearly, just confirming.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, like it's been introduced, my name is Adolf Maveneke, and I'm the Regional Senior Program Officer responsible for policy and advocacy at SAFE-AIDS. But today I'm making my presentation representing the PSI Alliance, which is the an alliance which is working in the region of Eastern and Southern Africa. And PSA stands for the Partnership for Social Accountability. And we are currently implementing a project which focuses on strengthening accountability and oversight in health and agriculture in Southern Africa. And within that, there is key focus on food security, as well as health in terms of HIV and AIDS, sexual and reproductive health and rights, including public resource management. So the PSA Alliance is a consortium of organizations that is being led by Action ID International. There is also the Public Service Accountability Monitor at Rhodes University, the Eastern and Southern Africa Small Scale Farmers Forum, and SAFE-AIDS. So with your permission, honorable delegates, allow me to quickly share with you my presentation from this end.
My hand is full.
So just a second. Thank you very much. Yeah, right, there we go. So in line with the public hearings facilitated by SADC-PF, my pitch is really going to focus on at strategic level, which is at regional level. And where I am looking on behalf of the PSA Alliance and my organization, a quick look at the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, which is 2020 to 2030, and try to contextualize the regional sexual reproductive health rights agenda. And this is a submission that we are making to the Human and Social Development and Special Programs Standing Committee of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And a bit of a background here is, esteemed delegates, honorables, the Regional Indicative Strategic Plan 2020 to 2030, it is a 10-year development strategy for the SADC region, and which focuses on the development and integration agenda. And this is in line with SADC's 2050 vision, and it has got 3 core pillars. Pillar 1 focuses on industrial development and market integration. Pillar 2 focuses on infrastructure development in support of industrialization and regional integration. And the 3rd core pillar focuses on social and human capital development. The Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan has a foundational pillar on peace, security, and good governance. And these 3 core pillars are interlinked by cross-cutting issues on gender, youth, environment, climate change, and disaster risk management. The Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan is informed by, and it clearly provides a mechanism for achieving the SADC Vision 2050. And this is a vision which is anchored on realizing a peaceful, inclusive, competitive, middle to high income industrialized region where all our citizens enjoy sustainable economic well-being, justice, and freedom. The plan again has a clear implementation matrix, which was approved by member states sometime in August 2021. And in that implementation matrix, it outlines a clear pathway within which the change is going to be realized, within which Vision 2050 for SADC is going to be realized. And this is really in line with that vision. The framework captures the context within which all the vision is going to be realized. Going ahead, this is just to show you the RISDP framework as a scan. I talked about the 3 core pillars, the cross-cutting issues on gender, youth, and the environment. And of course, this is all anchored on that SADC vision, which looks at building a peaceful, inclusive, competitive to middle high-income industrialized region by 2050. What is the issue here that we really want our esteemed honorable members of parliament and stakeholders represented here to understand? The issue at stake is, in our engagement with the Regional Indicative Strategic Plan, especially the implementation matrix, we have realized that the matrix does not specify the SADC SRHR strategy, which is 2019 to 2030, as one of the key regional instruments to carry on the regional integration development agenda within an SRHR context. The SRHR strategy is a strategic document that ensures that the region's development agenda is people-focused and comes full circle. So the whole matrix is missing on the implementation of key SRHR issues that member states have signed on through: 1, the SADC SRHR strategy itself, the Maputo Plan of Action 2016 to 2030, and the Africa SRHR Continental Policy Framework, as well as the ICPD, this International Conference on Population and Development Program of Action, which was signed back in 1994, which was revisited and revitalized at Nairobi 2019. Therefore, the Regional Indicative Strategic Plan Implementation Matrix, it is not delivering, and it is not ready to deliver on the regional SRHR agenda as it stands. Some of the key SRA issues or outcomes that are missing from the Regional indicative strategic implementation plan. This is just a summary. We have got the issue of reduction of maternal mortality, the reduction of newborn mortality ratio, reduction of unplanned pregnancy and the unsafe abortion, reduction of teenage pregnancies. There is universal access to integrated comprehensive SRH services, particularly for young people, women and key and other vulnerable populations, including in humanitarian settings. In short, this is not properly captured in the plan. Health systems, including community health systems, strengthened to respond to SRH needs. This is not comprehensively addressed in the implementation matrix. An enabling environment created for adolescents and young people to make healthy sexual and reproductive choices that enhance their lives and well-being. It is also not comprehensively addressed in the implementation matrix. So what is the concrete action that we request for our honorable members of parliament to take up for consideration, for discussion, and for wider sharing in the region? Number one is through your support, our esteemed honorable members of parliament, the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Plan Implementation Matrix should be updated as soon as possible to include the SADC SRHR strategy as one of the basket of regional instruments to advance and spearhead the SRHR regional development agenda. Why are we saying that? Because the strategy provides the regional policy and programming framework to improve the SRHR of all people living in the SADC region and contributes towards member states meeting the Sustainable Development Goals and other related regional, continental, and international development commitments. Parliamentarians should therefore support and push for this resolution and or recommendation with the SADC Secretariat and in their engagements with member states and within their national level parliaments. And in doing this concrete action, the following should be taken note of. In the implementation matrix, reference to SRHR issues should be specific and not presented in generalized ways in a strategic regional instrument like the RSDP and its implementation matrix. It is not proper to assume that SRHR issues can be embedded within other provisions of the matrix like nutrition, food security, and poverty eradication, and then be fulfilled as comprehensively required. The implementation matrix should also not pick and choose some SRHR outcomes and outputs while leaving others. No national and regional development will be fulfilled without fulfilling the provided SADC SRHR strategy commitments. And last but not least, it is important that in addressing all SRHR elements, we need to understand that the focus on addressing SRHR elements is a fundamental precondition for and an outcome and an indicator for all aspects of sustainable development, including the Sustainable Development Goals and SADC 2020 vision included. I thank you and I submit our honorable members of parliament.
Thank you, Seth, for your submissions. If there are those who are willing to make follow-up questions, may we see that by raising of your hand. And also want to thank you again, Mr. Maveneke, for keeping time, because we are already behind time and you managed to save some time for us. Are there any questions, any follow-up questions? I'm not seeing any hand. So in the absence of any questions at this moment, but please do note them down if there are any questions that you want to ask Mr. Maveneke, so that when you are doing the deliberations at the end of the session, you can make those follow-up questions. At this moment, I would like to call upon our next presenter from ARASA, Unfortunately, I've not been given their names at this moment. So may we have Arasa coming on the floor? If we have no one from Arasa, it will mean we will have to move on to the next presenter on our program. We will have to move on to the next presenter on our program. And our next presenter on the program, is Miss Millicent Sitaile, Youth Representative under SET, and you will be presenting to us something under the topic, "You only care when I am pregnant. No adults will protect us." As Ms. Millicent prepares to give us her presentation, can we also have Lois Jenje prepare themselves, because they will be next. Miss Millicent, can our technical team help me to identify if she's within our midst? Not. So that maybe we can save time at this moment, maybe let us move on to Miss Lois. Miss Lois Njenje, to give us a presentation under the topic, "My Sisters Still in Danger, Child Marriage and Access to Justice." Miss Lois Njenje is a representative of a youth organization in Zimbabwe, the Zaria Memorial Trust.
Honorable members, are you hearing me loudly and clearly? My name is Lois Njenje. I'm 20 years old. I am a game changer of Rosaria Memorial Trust, a young mentor in Shamba rural communities. My presentation is on after rescuing my sister from child marriages, but then finding out she is still in danger from the same man. As a caring sister, I thought I saved my sister, but no, it was a lie. Her past is still haunting her, as she thinks the payment of her damage and distractions was the lobola payment. My sister had engaged into forced sex in the name of love, and she decided to go to the man's house for marriage at tender age of 15. I rescued her, but it was hectic for her, as she was already mentally disturbed because of fake forced thing they call marriage. My sister saw the rapist as everything to her, as he bought her snacks every time they met. My sister saw getting married to the man as the best solution, but I disagreed, and I said sex is not the root of marriage. The norm of our parents, that was the boyfriend should pay damage for sleeping with my sister, but not necessarily marry her. As if this was not enough, neighbors, care workers, and everyone else advised that sex is equal to marriage, and the damages payment was equal to lobola payment. Therefore, she was supposed to stay. She was supposed to stay with the boyfriend as husband and wife. Failure to do that would cause the boyfriend's family to harm my family with witchcraft. The neighbors advised that the case should not be reported to the police in the name of communityhood and preserve community units. The family to be called the in-laws. They were happy because a young fresh lady, my sister, is coming to be their unpaid housemaid of their dreams. All they were doing was a joke to me. I reported the case to the police, and my sister's boyfriend bribed the police. The case got nowhere. The man threatened my sister to say that she was agreed to sex and she wanted to be married to him. Everyone in the community said, my sister must leave school and get married. I reported the case to Rosaria Memorial Trust, but it was too late. My sister was in love. The Constitution and law could not help me enough, as at the time, the new law was not yet in place. It only stopped my sister from getting married, but because 16 years was the age of sexual consent, I thought I had done my best for my sister, but now she is still in danger. We went back home into the same community where the man could still meet my sister every time. My sister is still in danger now at the age of 16, as she is still dating the man. All the man's family members, they are convincing her to come to their home, and she is now mentally health disturbed as she is having pressure from the man. He always telling everyone that no one will date or marry my sister besides him. Everyone in the community is now calling her Mrs. following the surname of the boyfriend. He is still overprotective of my sister from all other boys to socialize with her. The fact that the boyfriend is the brother of our elder sister's husband, so my sister is still visiting the boyfriend in the name of visiting our elder sister. So they met every time, which is why my sister is now confused. Either to continue with school or to wait for 18 to go to the abusive man in the name of love. If she goes to school, she always misses the boyfriend on the road to and from school, so it's hard for her to concentrate with school. This story is happening today as I speak to you, honorables. And I prove that our mothers and sisters from church marriages, it's difficult for them to continue with school. Our laws have gaps in protecting us as girls. Communities do not know the laws and tend to act differently. Corruption is winning with law enforcers, failing to protect victims and taking the side of the perpetrators. Honorable members, allow me to share with you my pleadings. I am calling upon the governments to include young women from church marriages into their budgets for them to go back to school and start projects. I call upon the governments again to enforce the law which criminalize perpetrators, because our sisters and mothers are abused despite the law is there, but it's not enforced and used in a proper way. Put in place stiff penalties to all who are bribed by the perpetrators. Strong law enforcement which are protecting girls, but not to girls like my sister. They need rehabilitation and a bit of punishment. I am pleading for the education sectors, especially in boarding schools, must enforce equality between the day scholars and students that are boarders without stigma, to promote confidence to day scholars so that they don't opt for marriages. Honorables, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Lois Jenge, from Rosaria Memorial Trust. Are there any follow-up questions while she's still on the floor? Are there any follow-up questions? I see even our chat, we haven't had any questions yet. Are there follow-up questions?
Yes.
Apologies, I know her bandwidth was low, the network bandwidth was low, and some of you could not hear some of the submissions. Apologies for that. In the absence of any questions,
There's one hand from Eswatini, Mr. Stryden, moderator.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. And, thank you to the previous presenter. It's not necessarily a question, Chair, but these are some of the things that where young girls would often find themselves in, and it's so touchy. And when she says there are laws, but the communities do not know those laws. And very unfortunately, the common terminologies would be like, there's no ignorance of law, when in actual fact, there is ignorance. It only comes in when someone commits a crime and they say there is no ignorance of law. I've always thought, Honorable Chair, looking at the nature of laws, according to my understanding, can be both proactive and reactive. They should be proactive in the sense that whenever certain legislation is being enacted, it should be disseminated to the people so that it would be able, that deterrent effect that it has in terms of making people understand it is illegal to do certain things in a certain way. And I'm saying it is also reactive in the sense that it waits for things to occur, then it comes in. In a case where people would marry children, the law will come when the damage has already been done. So she's actually saying the assumption is always that the communities know. So in a way, I feel as members of parliament, we need to probably come up with a strategy in which those laws that are intended to protect those young girls should be made known to everyone. Like, for instance, when they get gazetted, when they pass in parliament, they find a way probably even to the media people so that they can speak about it, to say there's a law that is protecting young girls in this and that and that. But otherwise, if we enact those laws we shelve them there to wait for the judicial officers to use them when there's already a case. I think we're really not going to get the results. We need to re-engineer, re-strategize the way in which we are doing these things. We as a country, Eswatini, have a Sexual Offences and Domestic Violence Act, which was enacted in 2018. It does the difference. But again, as I was listening to the previous presenter, I realized that there's still a lot we also need to do to market that law, make people know that when you do this and that, you are committing a crime. When you do this and that, you're committing a crime. Well, yeah, that's just a comment that I can make, not necessarily a question. I think I got all she was saying. So sad indeed that even the man she had to get to marry is a brother to a sister's wife. I mean, those are some of the situations, and I think we need to be very vigilant about such issues. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. I think the sentiments that you are sharing.
Yeah.
They've also been shared on our chat. We also have another question before I hand it over to you, Chair, from Sama Mpundu. Can you please go ahead with your question?
Thank you so very much for the opportunity to give a question. My name is Ansama Patrick Mpundu from Lusaka, Zambia. I'm a 22-year-old civic leader who is currently serving as a ward councillor in Lusaka, Zambia's capital. I really love the submission from the young lady. It was a really touching submission, and it brought back so many memories because the community which I represent and serve has about 50,000 people. And we have so many cases of teenage pregnancies, so many cases like the one which was elaborated. Girls as young as 13 and 14 years old are being married off because they've been impregnated. And we did have a workshop quite recently in Lusaka with various civil society organizations and government agencies, as well as the judiciary, to really talk about this in depth. And one of the issues that we found is many times when a case is reported to the police, the biggest hindrance is not necessarily the lack of laws in place or action from the police, but what normally happens is the families would normally go to the police a few days afterwards to withdraw the case. And what ends up happening is whether this has been raped, no withdrawing the case, it makes it very difficult. So as a young civic leader, my appeal, just to amplify on what she said, would that the SADC Parliamentary Forum should also look into situations that can prevent the unnecessary withdrawal of cases from the families. And I feel that once we deal with it from the family perspective, and once we get the families on board to understand not only that the law is in place, but the importance of protecting their children from these early marriages, I feel that will make fundamental progress. I thank you all, and God bless.
Thank you. Sama, may I hand over to the chairperson? I believe she had a comment that she wanted to make earlier.
Oh, thank you so much. In fact, the last presentation from the beautiful girl was very touching. And I'm so happy that she has made quite a number of recommendations for the parliamentarians for us to consider, especially when it comes to community orientations about the issues on child marriage and strong laws, especially strong laws that will prohibit the perpetrators to engage into such activities. And one thing is that since we are parliamentarians, one main points that we should probably consider strongly is for whilst we are the one who do the oversight over the budgets, she clearly stated that we should include a budget line for young women to continue their schooling, which I believe it's a very good point to ensure that the young girls they can manage to reach to have their dreams being fulfilled, and particularly other laws as well. So I think it was a very great presentation. And at the same time, I would like to congratulate Mr. Adolf for the presentation on SAFEDS, whereby there are a few indicators that needs to be implemented into or included into the strategic direction of the SADC SRHR strategy. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Impressive submission there. I can see on the chat section, if you can all follow the comments, some of the comments they are coming through the chat session, you see that people have really been moved by the submissions and issues that are really affecting us in our communities on a day-to-day basis. We move on to our next presenter. Earlier on, I had highlighted that Millicent Sitaile, a youth representative from SET, will be giving us a submission under the title, "You Only Care When I'm Pregnant. No adults will protect us." Millicent, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Millicent.
Thank you so much. Honorables, members of parliament, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Millicent Sitaile, and I am with SAT, which is SRHR Africa Trust, and I am based in Botswana. My submission today is themed, "You Only Care When I'm Already Pregnant." This meaning that young people feel that no adult is protecting them. I'm going to speak to a few challenges around SRHR that we have been seeing over the years and throughout the SADC region and across different regions and across different countries. Firstly, to say achieving universal access to SRHR is a key component for us to actually achieving Sustainable Development Goal 3 and Goal 5. Young people are faced with several SRHR challenges, including high HIV infections, where we are now seeing young people being the ones that are leading with new HIV infections. We are seeing, especially particularly adolescent girls and young women, who only constitute to 8% of the world's population. And recently, the world's population has reached 8 billion. So you can only imagine how much 8% of adolescent girls and young women who are HIV positive. We are seeing several challenges, and this other challenge is going to be commodity stockout. For example, in Botswana alone, it has been over 14 months without the most preferred modern contraceptive, which is the implant. And this is a contraceptive that young people prefer. We don't have condoms, and that alone is a challenge that we're seeing around sexual and reproductive health. We are seeing low levels of knowledge around SRHR, where UNFPA has reported that is less than 50% of adolescents and young people have knowledge around the sexual reproductive health. This constituting to CSE and different other ways of sharing SRHR information and education. We're seeing an increasing decline in condom use, especially amongst young people. We're seeing gender-based violence, as the previous speaker have mentioned, that gender-based violence amongst young people is growing and growing, either from families or communities or through their partners. And lastly, without mentioning too many of them, we're seeing dropouts of young people, of adolescent girls and young women due to early and unintended pregnancies. And this is an issue because that mostly perpetuated by not having access to SRHR services. Members of Parliament and honorables, whether adolescent adolescents choose to engage in sex or not, they need to be able to access contraceptives to keep themselves safe from STIs, HIV, and unwanted pregnancies that I just previously talked about. Contraceptions, including condoms and hormonal contraceptions, such as implants and pills, should be easily accessed. As much as condoms are accessed, they should reach each and every corner of the world, not depending on where young people are at. We are seeing, as we're implementing on the ground, I am a young person who implements SRHR, information and education and policies and advocacy on the ground and working with different communities. We're seeing so many barriers of why young people can't access SRHR services. And I'm only today going to speak to 3, even though we know that these issues are broad, and we will sit here all day if we're going to talk about the barriers that are there when it comes to SRHR. Even though so much has been done, so many policies have been done and put in place, we're still seeing so many challenges for young people to access SRHR services. Young people are sexually active, so now it's time that we give them these services. Age of consent has become age of consent to access access of SRHR has become one of the major barriers that we're seeing. Research shows that several legal and human rights barriers discourage adolescents to access to and uptake of sexual reproductive health services. The key among these barriers are age of consent, where in different countries, again, I'll give an example from the country I'm based in, Botswana, where we recently seen in 2018, the government increasing the age of consent to sex from 16 to 18. And this was because of a reaction in which we were seeing a lot of members of parliament and community leaders defiling young people. And it was a reaction, not because we're looking at ensuring that boys are protected if we're putting in this law and putting other clauses that will help protect and still continue to allow young people to develop while consenting to sex under the age of defilement. Lack of SRHR information. And when we speak of lack of access to SRHR information, we're speaking to lack of access to information that contributes to because the lack of information contributes to low uptake of contraceptives, an increased rate of unintended pregnancies, unsafe abortions, increased incidence of HIV, because young people at the end of the day, they do not know where to get this information. Even though we are trying to other models, or governments and are trying other models to ensure that young people have information around SRHR. And the last one I'm going to speak to particularly today is healthcare facility bound, where it has become a limitation if clinics and healthcare facilities are the only places where young people can access SRHR information, education, and services. This speaks to young people do not go to clinics to access SRHR, because clinics and healthcare facilities are known as places where young people go, are known as places where people go when they are sick. SRHR is not a disease, and SRHR should not be treated as a disease. Facilities or healthcare should be taking services to where young people are. And this is going to speak to us normalizing providing mobile SRHR services to young people. Members of Parliament and honorables, there's agency in CSE. I spoke to lack of information, and CSE is going to be one of them. It's going to be the key component and the key driver in us pushing or sharing information and education towards young people. We need to ensure that we are providing CSE to young people that is age appropriate, that is gender transformative, where there is counseling, and where health systems, young people, we find ways in which we link young people to accessing services with the right information and education that is shared to them. Digital technology is a component that we need to look strongly into. Right now, in our different countries, Parliament, which a lot of people for so many years we do not have access to, we're now seeing it on TV. We're now seeing it being live streamed on social media. As much as this meeting is also being live streamed on media, we now need to use digital technologies to ensure that young people are reached with information education. There's urgent need to use digital technologies to spread health-related information as an intervention which has shown great potential over the years. SAT is currently implementing a program called YouthWise, where it is a multi-channel digital platform where we're providing information and education, and then linking young people to services to ensure that they are getting the right information. We are educating them, we are empowering them with information through social behavioral change, and then linking them to services. We need to adopt that in so many different countries. My recommendations in closing is that we need to increase CSE to upper primary. It is critical that such education should highlight gender and rights perspective, be age appropriate, begin as early as possible. That is why I'm saying upper primary, provide both formal and non-informal SRHR information, and foster mature decision making. The use of digital technology, we need to use digital technology more. The use of internet, social media, mobile health initiatives may provide innovative ways in which we can communicate reliably, up-to-date and confidential SRHR reproductive health information to adolescents, including those who are 10 to 14, which is the upper primary. And lastly, without that being the last recommendation, but just for today, we need health systems reformation. We need to improve healthcare facility-bound services delivery and increase mobile service provision programs to take SRHR services to where young people are based. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, members of parliament and honorables, a comprehensive approach to SRHR service delivery that is cost-effective and affordable, and that certain all countries can adopt, is only going to be achieved if we increase investment to successfully adopt and progressively realize SRHR and universal health coverage. Increased domestic resource mobilization is critical to sustainable gains made so far and enable additional investment to health, especially SRHR. You can do it for the adolescent girl and that young woman. Her future is in your hands. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Millicent, for your presentation. I'm still looking for hands. Technical team also help me identify if there are any that I'm missing. Before we go to the questions that are coming through for Millicent, also attend to the chat. There is a question from Rabi from Angola, who was asking if you have any partnership with organizations in the continent. That is your organization having partnership with other organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, are there any questions? I'm not seeing any hand. I'm not seeing any hand. And my chat is not showing. In the absence of questions, I will hand over to Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, moderator. Millicent, thank you so much. Your presentation is an eye-opener for us parliamentarians, especially when it comes to access to sexual reproductive health services, which you have really stressed upon it. And I'm sure that, as you mentioned, your future or her future is into our own hands. And I'm sure the parliamentarians will take note of that, not only take note, but seriously take note of it to ensure that the young people within our region can access sexual reproductive health services. And I was particularly amazed when you deliberated or you talked about innovative approaches, especially when it comes to digital platforms, to spread the news, to spread the information at the right time to the right person. And this, I'm sure, if all the states, the SADC member states can strive to ensure that the right information is given to the young people at the right time through the right medium. And I'm convinced that there will be a difference within our region. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that observation, and also noting that our youth are tech savvy, so they need more of things that are related to technology for them to get the message through. Moving on to our next presenter, who is from Zambia, Ngandwe, a representative of SET. You'll be giving us a submission under the topic, give us the tools and we will protect ourselves. Commodity supply chains in SADC member states and how they fail young people. The floor is yours, Ngandwe.
Thank you so much, Chair and honorable members. Just a slight correction. There was a change in the name of the presenter. My name is Periken Nkole, still from SAT, representing SRHR Africa Trust. And I will be speaking on the theme that you have alluded to. The subject of my presentation to you, honorable members, is give us the tools and we'll protect ourselves. And it's going to be centered on commodity supply chains in SADC member states and how they fail young people. I think it is important to say that the right to access affordable sexual and reproductive health services is an essential right that contributes to health in the region, and it does cut across social and economic sectors. It plays a vital role in meeting the specific health needs of not only girls and women, but men and boys as well. Maintaining good SRH means people need access to reliable information, education, and access to quality SRH services of their choosing. Now, these services that I'm talking about include access to contraceptives, treatment for sexually transmitted infections, and pregnancy, and childbirth care. Now, in all of this, the rights of the individual are central, meaning everyone can make decisions for themselves about their sexual and reproductive health and family planning. All of this cannot be realized without access to sexual and reproductive health commodities, such as contraceptives, essential medicine supplies, as well as family planning. However, just like Millicent said, there are a number of barriers that hinder access to services for young people, specifically adolescents and young people. And I'll mention some of them and highlight some of the gaps that exist in that hinder access to commodities, some of which might actually be available and resources might have already been allocated. In the recent years, we have seen member states demonstrate poor ownership of family planning and SRH programs, benefiting adolescents and young people through inadequate allocation of budgets that has resulted in limited resources available to ensure that commodities are, made available for the intended population. In the case of Zambia, for instance, only 11% from the total funding needed on family planning is committed by the government, with 89% funded by other cooperating partners, leading to commodity stockouts. And from these numbers, you can be able to tell the level of commitment our government places on family planning and the need that is there for them to focus more investment towards the healthcare system. Late distribution of commodities due to poor road networks and inadequate storage facilities emanating from centralized procurement of commodities and distribution by ministry is another gap that requires civic engagement through social accountability monitoring. It also requires a good policy and legal environment to enable citizens to hold governments accountable. However, having a good policy and legal environment is one thing, and implementation is another. Making commitments for budget allocation is one thing, and implementation is another. Allocating budgetary resources is one thing, and expenditure is also another on specific commodities. So in some countries within the region, district health officials are not well conversant with budget development and implementation processes. This leads to late requisition, and often funds go back to the treasury if not claimed. This sometimes is also attributed to the bureaucratic system within our governance system. Understanding these processes and funding streams are critical and important in addressing commodity stockouts. For Zambia specifically, in 2019, we were talking about 38%, and in 2020, about 68% around commodity stockouts. Another very pressing issue, honorable members, is corruption within the healthcare system that results in poor quality commodities that puts the lives of citizens at risk. As a case in point is what happened in Zambia in the year 2020, where some defective condoms, for instance, were procured, and gloves as well that were defective, and some expired medication. This is an example of some of the gaps that exist within our healthcare system. One case of corruption within the healthcare system can result in putting the lives of many people at risk. And in most instances, it is the young people that are disproportionately affected. In instances where commodities are available, young people are still faced with an unfriendly and bureaucratic healthcare system. They walk into a facility, the commodities might be available, but the service providers might not be willing to give them the service because of other barriers like age of consent, for instance, religious and cultural barriers as well. Simply put, honorable members, lack of commodities means no access to health services. This reality can have life-threatening outcomes, especially for adolescents and young people whose lives depend on a functional healthcare system. Young people are not just numbers. Behind these statistics that Millicent alluded to around HIV, teenage pregnancy, child marriage, and unsafe abortions are lives that we can safeguard. If we sustainably channel enough resources to enable universal health services, a reality for all adolescents and young people. Simply put, we don't need protection. Give us the tools and we'll protect ourselves. Give us a youth-friendly health system with available, quality, and accessible services, and we will thrive and reach our fullest potential as young people. Chairperson, I do have just a few recommendations to make before I end my presentation on commodities. The first recommendation is that we need to continue investment in sexual and reproductive health supply chain improvements, including appropriate storage warehousing space for SRH commodities, and redouble efforts to ensure the procurement, provision, appropriate administration, and in-country distribution of essential SRH products, which, like I mentioned before, include modern contraceptives, antiretroviral for HIV as well, among other commodities. The second recommendation, Honorable Chair, is that we need to utilize national relevant data spaces in coordination with the relevant national authorities and any coordination effort mechanism present in country, and review and update procedures for supply distribution. We should also promote public and private partnership across the region to mobilize the private sector to step up for the enhancement of social responsibility programs. We have seen it work in Zambia. Just a few weeks ago, Zambia, attained 70% vaccination, access to vaccines in Zambia. And this was partly attributed to how the private sector was stepping in, providing transportation so that vaccines can reach the far-flung areas of Zambia. The final recommendation, of course, is that we need to promote system strengthening for health by building capacity in community-based service providers. Like Millicent did mention, we need to get the services to young people, and we need to use the service providers that are within the communities to provide mobile services as well. With these very few but pressing issues around commodities, I rest my case and I hand over to the chair on standby for some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Perry Cole, for your submissions. I'm looking for hands. I'm looking for any hands raised at this moment. Are there any questions that you would like to make before I hand over to the chair? Are there any questions? Are there any questions? In the absence of any questions, I'm looking at my chat. We have got Honorable Mpariwa from Zimbabwe. May you please go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, facilitator. I just wanted to make a follow-up on the presentation, and the presenter mentioned about the non-availability of commodities on specifically to do with SHR. And my question is, how is the availability of the female condoms in public places? If I speak with reference to my country, where most of the toilets you can easily find the male condoms available, but the female condoms are not easily accessible. I just wanted to find out so that we can actually get some kind of similarities in terms of availability of protective clothing in public places. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your question. Any other question before I hand over to Harry to respond? Harry, you can go ahead and respond.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for that question. I think it's safe to say that when it comes to SRHR, the picture is quite similar across countries when it comes to some of the challenges. With regards to the female condom, I think it is very true that it seems like there is lower supply and demand of the female condom as compared to the male condom. In our work around SRHR and service delivery and provision, we've discovered that sometimes in some cases, it's not necessarily that there are no female condoms available. The demand in some areas are quite low due to lack of information on usage. I think that's a very key thing. Most young girls and women are not really conversant and very familiar with the female condom and how to use it. And that has in turn resulted in low demand, which results eventually in low supply. But I think there's need for more intervention around sensitization on the female condom specifically, and ensure that there's not just availability of the male condom. When it comes to messaging around modern contraception, there should be an emphasis on variety of options for people to choose from. And I think when it comes to the male and female condom, there's a general imbalance across the region with regards to demand, but also with regards to information, provision on how to use, this particular, commodity. I hope that sort of answers the question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Perry, for your detailed answer. I'll take two questions from Prosperity Ndlovu, Zimbabwe, and Honorable from Eswatini. So I'll start with Prosper, and then after Prosper, Honorable, go ahead and then.
Thank you. I represent civil society, and definitely I would also want to buttress sentiments by the current presenter on the need to improve efforts towards demand generation. I think the question that was asked by Honorable Mpariwa to say, why is there seemingly a low supply of safer sex commodities, particularly for women? But the issue probably is there isn't as much work around strengthening either demand and, as the presenter already alluded, the fact around how sometimes women themselves probably are not knowledgeable users, and as such, much of the commodities available will probably favor male users. Maybe there is need definitely to also begin to look at work around improving and strengthening, improving and strengthening demand generation, so that women can also be empowered, can be capacitated and knowledgeable on safer sex commodities and other broader SRHR issues.
Thank you, Prosper. We move on to Honorable from Eswatini. Honorable, the floor is yours. Honorable Panza.
Thank you, moderator. Pardon me for the network glitches. Appreciation to the presenter for a very good presentation. I'm not sure whether I have a question or comment, but maybe I wanted to speak to the issues of availability of female condoms. I wanted to check with the presenter if other than information on the lady folk, is it easy for them to pick such a condom, given the fact that we are, as a SADC countries, we exist in the patriarchal kind of society where most of the things are expected to be initiated by the men. I have always had a problem in understanding whether it is only the information, the knowledge. I think again, the issue of who is actually supposed to bring the condom when a need arises. Because again, I've always felt we need to define the terms. What does it mean female condom? What does it mean male condom? Because all of those condoms are used by two partners. I mean, yeah, two partners. I think we always take those definitions for granted in the sense that probably a female condom means that kind of a condom should be brought into the act by a female. While we disseminate that information, I think we also need to have an information pack regarding what are those terms mean, female condom, male condom and stuff. I think they also will have a bearing in the uptake of such a condom. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I will invite Mr. Nkole Perry to respond, and after your response, I guess Madam Chair will add on something before we move to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think the Honorable member has brought up a very insightful sort of awareness around the female condom and the messaging as well. I agree that there's a sense of patriarchy when it comes to the way we perceive these commodities, around what is a male condom and what is a female condom. But I think my recommendation around this would be that when we are coming up with messages for health promotion and awareness, we should not specifically target male condoms targeting men alone, and female condoms targeting women and girls alone. I think the message should be around access to modern contraception that has different options. And I think I also agree that we have a challenge of patriarchy in our social system that suggests that the man is more dominant during sex, for instance, and the man is the one that suggests or is able to determine whether to have safer sex or not. I think we need to build capacity in young girls to be able to negotiate for safer sex, build capacity in them from a young age. There are issues of consent as well. But I strongly agree that in our messaging and health promotion, we should not paint the female condom pink and then we paint the male condom blue, targeting the men and targeting the female condom, the women. Because if you ask me, the majority of men have no idea how the female condom is used, but that's information they need to have, and so it shouldn't be a gender issue. It should just be an issue of safety and an issue of health. So I definitely share those sentiments, and my recommendation is around messaging that we should not have these gender stereotypes when we are targeting messages for around modern contraception. But of course, I do share the same sentiments around patriarchy. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Harry. I hand over to Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andrew. Perry, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. You know, while I was listening to you, things came to my mind. I was thinking that when you mentioned negotiate for safer sex, yes, we should empower our girls, especially our girls, to negotiate for safer sex, because at any rate, we all know that it takes two to tango. And of course, the girls needs to be empowered. And another thing is that when you mentioned about there needs to have much more the right information about the use of condoms. And mind you, I mean, I know that the majority of men, they do not know how to use male condoms as well. So both needs to be educated and how to ensure that we have a very good sexual relationship. And I love it when we mention under the theme, give us the tool and we shall protect ourselves. That's the main focus that we're concentrating on in regards to sexual reproductive health, services, and commodities. And I totally agree with you when you mention about having a youth-friendly health system, whereby the young people will not be afraid to go there, or maybe they will look on their side over their backs to see whether somebody is watching them or not. And when they have a youth-friendly system, it's very welcoming, and they feel free to embark into especially when it comes to the right information. And the other thing is that it's true, most of the time, the health system, they tend to sort of work in silos when it comes to ensuring the provision of services to the community. And you mentioned about better coordination, especially to include the private sectors and the non-governmental organizations as well into the sexual reproductive health distributions or provision of the right information, capacity building, and so on and so forth. And for capacity building, I presume that most of the time, most of our countries, we empower our health professionals, but we need to empower the NGOs, the person into the district, the communities, the young people, so that at least they themselves, and especially the peers, they can provide the right information at the right time, and then can communicate freely what is being should be done in regards to sexual reproductive health, so that we can attain the universal health coverage in regards to sexual reproductive health. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move on to our next presentation, which is supposed to come from SafeAID. I've not been given the names of the representative and their topic. If they are within our midst, may you please go ahead with your presentation. If we don't have a representative from SafeAID, I will call upon Loveness Mutsuru, a youth representative from Rosaria Memorial Trust, and her topic is mental health is my right. Loveness. I'm not seeing Loveness. Neither am I seeing Saf-Eds. But on my dashboard, I think I had a question which needed interpretation. I will also ask the technical team to look into that so that we can have interpretation of that question. While we wait for Loveness and Saf-Eds, are there any other pressing questions probably that you had kept for the end of the day when we are doing deliberations? We still have more time before our lunch break. We have these two presenters that we're supposed to present before us, before we take our lunch break. Are there any burning questions that you are having for our presenters that have made submissions this morning? In the absence of any questions, and also probably while we still try and locate the other presenters that were supposed to give us a presentation before we go for our lunch break, I will then maybe ask if I have a queue that Saf-Eds is here. So Saf-Eds, may you please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, honorable members of parliament and representatives of SADC member states, all protocols observed. My name is Charmaine Picardo from Saf-Eds. I'm the Regional Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, as well as Gender Program Officer. And I'm going to be making a submission and drawing your attention on the current status and extent of unsafe abortion in the SADC region. And the presentation is mainly focused on some of the key actions that the member states can take to ensure that we have a reduction in incidents of unsafe abortion within the SADC region, in line with some of the commitments and priorities that have been made towards reduction of maternal mortality and morbidity. So I'll start off with a bit of background information. It is estimated that on average, about 8 million abortions occur each year in the sub-Saharan African region, with over 50% of these being due to restrictive policies and laws. And abortion is sought even in settings and instances where it is restricted, and that is in countries where it is prohibited altogether, or it is only allowed in limited circumstances. And these are usually to save the woman's life or to preserve her physical and mental health. And as a result, abortion rates are similar in countries where abortion is restricted to those where the procedure is broadly legal. And that is where it's available on request or on grounds of socioeconomic reasons. Unintended pregnancy rates are highest in countries that restrict access to safe abortion and lowest in countries where abortion is broadly legal. Moreover, in countries that restrict abortion, the percentage of unintended pregnancies ending in abortion has increased during the past 30 years from 36% in 1990 to 1994 to 50% within the period of 2015 to 2019. Many countries have restrictive abortion policies in place and make it very difficult to access abortion services. So even when it is legal, for example, in cases of rape or incest, or in the case of trying to save a woman's life, there are so many unrealistic conditions for accessing safe abortion in many instances, and makes it virtually impossible and impractical to access the services. And inconsistencies in the provision may make it difficult for ordinary women and adolescent girls and gender diverse persons to understand what is legally possible. For example, in the case of pregnancies resulting from rape, several countries require onerous burdens of proof, such as submitting an affidavit from a magistrate or police report, as well as in cases where there's a threat to the woman's health. In countries, for example, in Zambia, there's a requirement for 3 practitioners or 3 doctors from different practices to sign on. And the requirement in Zimbabwe is 2 doctors coming from different practices as well. Unsafe abortion-related illness, injury, disability, and death is easily preventable through supportive policy environment. Legal abortions conforming to a recommended clinical standards rarely result in an incomplete abortion or medical complications. However, the reality in the SADC region is that many women, unfortunately, are forced to have unsafe abortion or opt for alternative unsafe abortion methods due to the legal restrictions that exist. Where abortion is legal, ensuring the availability and affordability of safe services is not only critical to a woman's health and well-being, it is also cost-effective. As of 2019, an estimated 228 million United States dollars was spent in the sub-Saharan Africa region each year on treatment for complications from unsafe abortion, whereas the cost of providing a safe abortion is nearly a tenth of providing post-abortion care and valued at an estimated $20 million. Recent research also indicates that these statistics have since gone up since the COVID-19 pandemic as a result of an upsurge in cases of sexual gender-based violence, as well as unmet need for contraceptive. I'll move on, honorable members, to just share a bit of a snapshot of where we are in terms of the legal and policy environment in the SADC region. Despite all the global and regional commitments that have been made over the years, SADC countries have a diverse range of legislation and policies on abortion. And in some countries, there's limited provision for legal and safe abortion. And where legal frameworks exist, as I had mentioned before, there are a lot of bureaucratic processes that you need to pass through before you can get a termination order. 14 out of the 16 SADC countries have restrictive policies in place, and this makes it very difficult to access safe abortion services. And only 5 countries within the region, that is Mozambique, Namibia, Seychelles, South Africa, and Zimbabwe, have specific abortion laws. And with the rest of the countries, abortion is governed through either the penal code or other pieces of legislature. And only a few countries have made progress with reproductive health policy guidelines and norms and clinical guidelines. And these are Botswana, Eswatini, Madagascar, Mozambique, Seychelles, and most recently DRC and South Africa. And only a few countries have post-abortion care directives: Botswana, Malawi, Mozambique, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, whereas the rest of the countries either do not have the directives or they are quite unclear. And when it comes to the Maputo Protocol in our region, Botswana has still not signed the Maputo Protocol, and Madagascar signed but has not ratified, whereas Malawi ratified without signing, and 5 other countries have not met the minimum criteria which was set within the Maputo Protocol. So as SAF, as part of a region-wide, SADC region-wide program, codenamed Transforming Lives, we've been responding to this evidence on the ground and trying to engage with political leadership, including members of parliament, honorable members, as well as other critical leadership, including policy influencers such as traditional, religious, health and justice leadership. And in our approach within the program, we've had a lot of evidence generation to show where the gaps are and to also show where the entry points are in terms of the priorities that the countries have set on the ground in related to efforts to reduce incident of maternal mortality and morbidity. And we've mapped out allies and champions across the region, including the political, religious, traditional, health and justice leaders, as well as focusing on strengthening the capacity of the various leadership that I've mentioned, as well as having a campaign that is in line with the engagements that we're currently having. And all of this has been towards coming up with a regional roadmap on preventing unsafe abortion in the SADC region, in line with the commitments that have been made under the Sustainable Development Goals, the SADC Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights Strategy, as well as other key frameworks, including the Maputo Protocol, as well as the ICPD program of action. And African governments have, including all SADC member states, have made commitments towards reduction of unsafe abortion and maternal mortality and morbidity through key regional and global commitments and declarations, including, signing and endorsing the Sustainable Development Goals, the International Conference on Population and Development Program of Action, the Maputo Protocol, the SADC SRHR strategy, to create a conducive policy environment, availing appropriate and adequate resources and commodities, promoting access to sexual and reproductive health and rights information and services, including access to safe abortion. However, the evidence on the ground does not match commitments that have been made so far. In closing, honorable members, I'll make a few recommendations. For you as policymakers that you can take on. And this includes also motivating other policymakers, especially the members of the executive, to develop standalone and clear laws and policies supporting safe abortion and legal termination of pregnancy for adolescent girls and women, as well as adaptation and implementation of important regional frameworks and strategies such as the SADC Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights Strategy, as well as advocate for domestic funding and adequate allocation of public resources to sexual and reproductive health and rights, sexual and reproductive health, including safe abortion-related services, and this includes access to safe and legal termination of pregnancy, counseling, post-abortion care, as well as access to contraceptives, and drawing lessons from working models or best practices adopted by other countries. For example, Rwanda adopted a policy removing the burden of proof. So in cases of rape, where someone requires a termination order, they've removed the burden of proof, where a woman or an adolescent girl does not have to go from one facility to another, or from the police to the health sector before they can get the termination order, as well as ensuring that no child under the age of 18, as long as it's their choice, no child should be allowed to carry a pregnancy to full term, and that they have an automatic preference, an automatic they have an automatic chance to access termination of pregnancy if they choose to, and not for them to carry on with the pregnancy. I think this is very critical, where we've seen recently in some countries, for example, in Zimbabwe, where we have 9-year-olds and 8-year-olds falling pregnant, and community members or their families only realizing much later, and also community members not realizing that in cases of rape or sexual assault, that they can actually get a termination order. So as a result of the restrictions, the legal restrictions around access to safe abortion, it also then limits access to the information on the availability of services, as well as have members of parliament support efforts to counter or mitigate growing organized and well-funded opposition leading to shrinking advocacy spaces, as well as limited resources for and access to comprehensive sexual and reproductive health and rights information, and loss of sexual and reproductive health and rights policy and service gains. And also to acknowledge sexual and reproductive health and rights services, including access to safe abortion and prevention of early and unintended pregnancies, as essential services that should also be included in our responses to conflict and crisis. For example, countries where we're responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, issues of sexual and reproductive health and rights became relegated to the margins. And as countries also respond to humanitarian crisis, issues of sexual and reproductive health and rights are also usually relegated to the margins. But what we realize with evidence on the ground, with concrete evidence and research, is that once we come out of the crisis or the pandemic, that there's an upsurge in cases of unsafe abortion, as well as other negative sexual and reproductive health and rights impact. With this, honorable members, I submit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Charmaine. As I wait for your hands, my charts empty. There are no questions at the moment. Are there any questions? Any questions for Charmaine, or any comments, follow-ups on what she has presented to us? In the absence of questions, we were supposed to have already gone for our lunch. We are not far away from our time, because it was supposed to be at 1:15, and now I see it's almost 4 minutes to 1. What I would say is we have come to the end of the first session. I know we're supposed to have a presentation from Loveness, and not have it do a presentation. She will be the first one to do the presentation after lunch. But at this moment, I will hand over to Madam Chair to make comments before we break for lunch. And please let us be back from our lunch at exactly 5 minutes after 2, so that we can have an early start and be able to catch up on our time. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andrew. Charmaine, thank you very much for the presentation. In regards to our status, the status of unsafe abortion within our region, I think all member states within the SADC region should ensure that the provision of safe abortion should be an agenda that we should, in fact, strive to ensure that the African region have a lowest indicators in regards to maternal mortality and maternal morbidity, and at the same time ensure that post-abortion care is being provided within the sectors, the health sectors. And I agree with you in regards to the bureaucratic issues in regards to access to safe abortions by especially young girls, and the restrictive laws that inhibit them to access. And I will urge all countries, probably this is one big recommendations, to ensure that we domesticate the Maputo Declaration, because we have signed most of the treaties, the ICPD program and SDGs and universal health coverage. And I hope that these will come up into the recommendations that we're going to produce later on. And one thing is that, again, we have to ensure that we have very good IC materials to ensure a change of behavior in regards to sexual reproductive health and rights of our community within our region. Thank you so much, Charmaine, and thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can break for our lunch, and please let us be back here at exactly 5 minutes after 2 so that we can proceed the remaining part of the program. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. I will wait for Madam Chair to be back here so that we start our afternoon proceedings. But I hope I'm not seeing our first speaker of the day. Of the afternoon session, may can get ready so that once Madam Chair is here, we proceed to the afternoon session.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, yes. Good afternoon again. We can start, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this moment, like we had said earlier on, there was a speaker who was supposed to give us their submission during the morning session, but they were not able to. And at this time, in moment, yes, I can see
Loveness.
Loveness with us now. Loveness is going to make a submission under the following topic. Loveness topic is mental health is my right. Loveness is a representative of Rosaria Memorial Trust in Zimbabwe. Please go ahead, Loveness.
Thank you so much. My apologies for earlier on not being able to connect. Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Loveness Mudzuru. I am logging in from Zimbabwe. I'm a social worker and a researcher, and my topic of the day is mental health. Is it a social right? I don't know. But survivors of child marriage need psychosocial support to move on with their lives and thrive. And as I have mentioned before, I am a social worker and a researcher, and have been advocating and lobbying for the end of child marriage since I was 15 years old. Today, I'm glad to be in this platform with members of parliament from the region. I am truly honored to be given the platform to have your ears and support to end child marriage and gender-based violence, which is a scenario that my fellow sisters and daughters are experiencing, as I'm also a mother of an 11-year-old daughter. I worry every day, members of honorable members, as I look at my daughter each day, as she has to wake up every morning in a world where the people she's supposed to look up to for protection are the ones who will most likely cause her pain for the rest of her life. Honorable members, this is not fiction. This is the reality of 1 in every 3 girls in Zimbabwe and in Africa as a whole, with cases of girls as young as 8 years are making the headlines in the newspapers, especially in Zimbabwe, with devastating abuse, where abuse is equals to pregnancy and equals to child marriage. We cannot call the survivors, they are more than victims. We cannot call them survivors, and their stories have not been told in the right language. Child marriage is abuse, is rape. I cannot find the right words, which would put in place the terms of survivors of child marriage that it has given. Maybe we should just change the language. The atrocity of child marriage posing the urgent need for psychosocial support has been proven by research, which I can not call as a privilege to be involved in, with the current research that was done by 3 partners, Rosario Memorial Trust, University College London and Women's University in Africa conducted in rural Shamba in a community in Zimbabwe on child marriage and mental health. It was found that it is really a factor that has contributed to girls' inability to move their lives economically and socially. The research has just shown that mentally they have been demoralized economically and socially. The research has also just shown that mentally they have been demoralized, discouraged, and demotivated to think otherwise to a better lifestyle or even to the economy of their countries, not even to contribute to their social well-being of their communities that they live in. The women feel isolated and discriminated and sidelined themselves from anything to do with their community. It was proven that they are suicidal, with an approximate of 75% of women being suicidal. Members of parliament, our women in our communities are becoming suicidal at least 2 or more times in their lifetime since they experienced child marriage because of abuse, toxic relations in the form of marriage. The mental instability of these survivors of child marriage affects them as individuals, but not only them. We forget their children, born as a result of this child rape. Their children grow up to live in an environment with frustrated, anxious, stressed, depressed, angry, self-blaming, dependent on women they call mothers. And because children learn from their parents and are affected by the environment, they too need psychosocial support. But would it not be better for countries to invest in psychosocial support to survivors of child marriage today and send themselves money to deal with a huge number of another population of children or survivors? I don't know. The psychosocial support of child marriage survivors affects them as individuals and also the lives of the people that surround them, my honorable members. Let's not forget their children due to the mental disturbances that is not prioritized by Africa so far as an issue. As part of my work as a social worker, I do counseling and case management and have managed with quite a number, or rather engaged with quite a number of girls and even women below and above the ages of 50, who still suffer trauma and experience challenges that have grown with them in their lifetime due to child marriages. As lately, it has been proven that child marriage affects a person even after 30 years, as it still haunts their day-to-day reactions till the day they die, even then they have grandchildren. Allow me to take this opportunity, honorable members, to share with you one real case study that brought me tears and made me realize that I too need psychosocial support. But I could need psychosocial support for hearing the stories. What more of the women who are anonymously going to tell, who I'm going to anonymously tell her story of? The anonymous young woman I will call Ati today, who I met when she was 19. She had gotten married when she was 15 to a man who was 30 years old, double her age, honorable members. Ati gave birth to a 7-month premature child who was constantly needing medical attention and a lot of breastfeeding, which Ati was unable to provide because of the financial situation that she was in. Her husband, James, was working in the mines, and it was seasonal work. You know how mining works for individuals in our communities. And since Ati had dropped out from school at the age of 14, when she realized that she was pregnant, she had no option to look for a job anyway, and had to wait for her husband and in-laws to fend for her and her child. At the age of 16, Ati got pregnant again. And this time her husband denied the pregnancy and she faced abuse from both the in-laws and James for this. Ati took some red poison and tried to commit suicide, only to be helped by neighbors. James later on brought another woman as a second wife, and the condition for Ati and her 2 children worsened even more as they were neglected insulted by the second wife, the in-laws, and they were facing hunger too. Ati decided to leave the marriage and was divorced from James at the age of 17. Honorable members, as an unqualified woman, she was with 2 children and no parents. She got married when and no parents. She got married. She found out when she left the marriage, she found someone else who she eloped to and had promised to take care of her and her 2 children, only to find out that the man Rob, who was the second man to her now, was a married man with 3 children. Ati felt that too much of her as it was too much for her as a source of hope, had lied to her and tied herself with a rope on a tree to commit suicide again. And Rob's pregnancy, that experienced termination with an overdose of pills she had taken. She's tried staying with Rob since Rob's wife had left Ati, tried committing suicide and the feeling of betrayal from Rob. She was now a mother of her 2 children and Rob's 3 children, to make them 5 honorable members at the age of 19. When I met her, she was 19, and I wanted to leave and she wanted to leave the marriage, but she had limited options as she needed someone to take care of her and her 2 children. Even the marriage with Rob was not working at most times. Rob's wife could come back and claim what belongs to her, and she would insult and harass Ati. This is one of many different stories of child marriage survivors, which I do not know why we call them survivors, when she will live the rest of her life with scars in her mind. The issue of child marriage is not just about a girl getting married. It's about the issues that causes her mental well-being going on further. The challenges they experience due to child marriage is the reason why they need psychosocial support as an agency today. Those are experiencing polygamy whilst they are in these toxic relationships. They experience isolation from their friends and family. They do not have a say over their own bodies and sexuality. They have seen a huge number of these we have seen quite a lot of them, of these toxic unions experiencing divorce, and with our community, African community, which was divorces. This has seen so many survivors of child marriage being unable to move forward positively. Members of Parliament, please hear and act upon my plea today as you have promised to make a better world for young people. I am calling upon and submitting my recommendations to members of Parliament, and I plead and call upon you to push for governments to make it mandatory to include psychosocial support as a priority in our health service providers structures, and capacitate all health service providers to handle with care, as survivors of marriage are already fragile because of the abusive situations they are coming from. I'm calling upon you, members of Parliament, to raise your voices. We need more of your voices, not just for campaigning purposes only, but to raise awareness on the laws that are available to protect the girls and the women against the issues that cause them to have mental disturbances, and against the stories making the headlines of girls being abused each and every day. Whilst we see all the initiatives that have been put in place by governments in partnership with civil society organizations in programming, there has been a gap in the programming where psychosocial support services are not well integrated into the services. And this is the need for services. There is the need for services to address gender-based violence, to integrate psychosocial support, be it in clinics and in schools, because even if we have the re-entry of survivors back into school, which is a good approach, and I applaud for that, to address child marriage survivors issues. But when the mind is disturbed, we would have lost the whole person as a whole. In schools, some girls have girls clubs, and these are great initiatives, but there should be counseling and comprehensive psychosocial support. And this should start from the early ages of 8. as we have seen a rampant increase of girls experiencing abuse in the form of child marriages in the early ages and young ages of age. The Girl Clubs counseling programs will enable the children to even appreciate Girls Club platforms and counseling or therapy when they have seen or experienced such abuse. Not to be racial members of parliament today, but we have seen a lack of appreciation of psychosocial support and psychologists in Africa. Let's make use of the educated and qualified psychologists that we have acquired, that have acquired the knowledge, but are not being put to practice and are unemployed. Please invest in psychosocial support. Before I end my submission, members of parliament, honorable members, allow me to say that mental health is the well-being of a person. Therefore, if we lose a person through mental health disturbances, then we have lost a nation. The increase of numbers of girls experiencing child marriage, which results in a huge number of mentally disturbed population, will affect our continent. And if we leave the situation hanging by the year 2030, we will have a mentally disturbed population walking our streets. With this, I make my submissions, honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Loveness Mutsuru, for your submission. SADC citizens and honorable members, are there any questions, comments at this moment? And I see by raising of your hands, if there are any. Yes, I see a hand. There is Ntiso Shingwenyana. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair and moderator, and thanks to Loveness for the submission. I think the submission Loveness is making ties in very neatly with the earlier submission from Louis, who was actually retelling the experiences of a sister who has gone into child marriage. And that example actually highlights issues that we need to take into consideration in addressing teenage pregnancies, as well as I'd earlier made a submission that there is quite a very noticeable gap between regional policies, strategies, and laws. And the gap that exists in terms of laws is that there is quite a number of contradictions that are in existence in the laws. I think a number of speakers have spoken to the age of consent for access to services and commodities, which is quite disparate to natural human development, such that it places the access at the age of 18 without seeking parental consent. But by that age, that child is already through puberty. That child is the system do access to sexual reproductive health services, and because of the law, a barrier. But the other gaps is in terms of recovery and rehabilitation. A number of countries do policies and such return to school policies are not well articulated to be protective and are not well known. Some of that are in the different member states as well as at regional level. The other aspect that this submission, which is clear and all highlighted in the element by was the issue and the complexity around mental. Example that Lou was given was that in spite of being aware that the sister is in an abusive relationship, is still remaining dependent on the abuser for financial support. But over and above that, that element of dependency is attached to the mental well-being and the mental state of the child. And these cases, honorables, are not isolated cases. They represent quite a significant section of young girls. And it also affects young boys as well, because getting pregnancy is a partnership, a transaction which involves both male and female partners. The other final gap that exists at community level, we have seen in a number of countries when interacting with traditional leaders, that they've taken it a step further to articulate bylaws, and such bylaws are laws that have got penalties associated with a child marriage, and such penalties directed at the consenting parents of the girl child, as well as the consenting parents of the boy child, as well as recovery laws, like taking the girl child out of the marriage and allowing the girl child to go back to school. But even with that system in place, there is still quite a huge gap in terms of supporting the young girl to stay at school, supporting the young girl to be self-sustaining, supporting the young girl also with knowledge around sexual reproductive health, so that they can make informed choices regarding to their reproductive health and protection. So there is quite a large range of barriers that we need to be aware of, but also as programmers to be able to program around those barriers. And the last issue, please indulge me, this will be the final issue that I'm highlighting or spotlighting, is the issue of youth participation and youth engagement. I'm not going to say involvement, because that has got certain implications when we do design programs to respond to barriers as well as challenges that are faced by our young people today. The issue of youth engagement, youth participation, as well as youth leadership, and shifting of power to bring more participation from the youth is an issue that we need to be, also need to into our programming, and just also to acknowledge and appreciate the organizers of the Parliamentary Forum, as well as the Parliament, for having really acknowledged youth participation by getting submissions to be made by people themselves who are actually living the experiences that are being articulated in this forum. Thank you so much, and I admit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shinwenyane. I'm looking for any other hand. I'm not seeing any. In the absence of any other hand, can I give back to my chair to make a comment before we move to the next presentation?
Thank you, Andrew. In fact, my colleague beforehand has already expressed most of the points, which is very good. And I would like to thank Loveness in regards to the topic that she presented. The theme mental health is my right. And it was mostly about the child marriage and all the consequences that was brought forward. And it's true that we need to invest in psychosocial support because in most countries, even in my country, mental health is a topic which are not always considered into the service delivery to ensure healthy human beings, healthy families, and healthy communities. And I endorsed his recommendations about mandatory psychosocial support services in all health or social facilities or institutions. And at the same time, we have to work very hard in the areas of prevention, the preventive aspect to prevent gender-based violence, to prevent sexual violence, and at the same time, empower our young girls for them to ensure that they become mitigators or for in case they are being faced with different challenges in regards to their sexuality or in regards to their sexual reproductive health and their rights. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Loveness for your submission. We now move on to the presenters for the afternoon session. Remember, Loveness was supposed to present in the morning, but due to technicalities, she could not be with us in the morning. So now we are going to be having a representative from Southern Africa Litigation Center. Southern Africa Litigation Center. I have not been given their names. Apologies for that, but they are here with us. May you please go ahead with your presentation. Southern Africa Litigation Center. If they are not here with us, we have got also UN ODC. If there's any representative, may you please take the floor and give us your submission. We also have AP, HRC. They are supposed to making their submissions. Is there anyone from AP?
Yes, sure, I'm here.
Oh, thank you, Kenneth. May you please go ahead while we try and.
Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe I'll just turn off my lights for the moment. Sorry. Yeah, so my name is Kenneth Juma, and I'm a researcher from the African Population and Health Research Center. Our work is mainly on research on issues sexual and reproductive health. And so I will be presenting by answering some 4 key questions that perhaps could also enlighten our deliberations for this particular committee. I want to appreciate the time, and maybe I'll just project my number 1 question as I talk through them. This is just to help in contextualization. Give me a moment. Okay. Great. Okay, so the first question I have really in front of me is, do women have sufficient access to sexual and reproductive health services, such as access to contraception, as well as breast and cervical cancer screening? And the rightful answer is could be complicated. So it's a definite no, that women and girls do not have access to universal sexual and reproductive health services across this region. And this is mainly premedicated on the fact that there's an acute shortage of access to services, particularly for women who are adolescents, those who have physical or mental disability, those who live within very remote villages and in rural areas. And of course, on the basis of this, there are several cultural, structural, economic, and health system barriers to accessing critical services. As such, access to contraceptives is also largely hindered. And part of the reasons why access to contraceptives and even family planning is hindered is that the age of consent, which is a topic that has been highlighted before here, remains a barrier. So women, including girls who are already, in marital, contexts, or girls who are in relationships that they consider, good for them, and for some reason they're having sexual interaction, have no access to prevent pregnancies they do not intend to have. Yet, we also live in a region, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, a region where the age of sexual debut, which is the age at which sex begins, is quite low. Data shows us that the median age of sexual debut could be about 16, but that's the median age. When you now imagine the lower parts of this age groups, it goes below 12, 13. By age 14, a good proportion of girls are actually sexually active. And because they're sexually active in a context where there's no protection, there's no sufficient information, there's no sufficient education to allow them to protect themselves or to negotiate for safe sex or to resist unwanted sexual advances, they then most often end up with unintended pregnancies. And whereas we are saying that the median age of sexual debut could be the figure we are mentioning, it varies so heavily by countries. There are countries within the SADC region that have as low as 13, 14, 15. And of course, this is then instrumental in ultimately affecting the health and well-being of our adolescents. Again, because there are several barriers to access to contraceptives, the unmet need for contraceptives is very high, and it's highest amongst young women, even those above the age of 18. So when you compare the unmet need for family planning or contraceptives between women above the age of 24 and women below the age of 24, it is high amongst women below the age of 24. Yet again, this is really the most sexually active age group. So as a result of this high unmet need for family planning or contraceptives, we see a lot of unintended pregnancies. One of the leading causes of deaths amongst adolescent girls is adolescent pregnancies. And this is only second to suicide. So, these pregnancies come too early when the body is not yet prepared or capable to bear the pressures and be resilient enough to bear this pregnancy. And so most often it results in very poor outcomes, including maternal deaths amongst adolescents. Of course, these conditions also are associated with many other things, including mental health, propensity to suicide, and so on and so forth. Now, women who end up with unintended pregnancies as a result of inadequate access to family planning, or those who have, or rather younger girls who have unintended pregnancies, where do they end up? Of course, we know that because in most of our countries, the abortion laws are quite strict. And so these tight laws are meant to prevent the occurrence of abortions. However, as data and evidence also shows us, that the tighter we make the law around abortion, it does not lead to less and less abortions. Rather, the number of abortions actually remain the same. However, the abortions are more unsafe. So the tighter the law, the more unsafe the abortion becomes. And the more unsafe abortion becomes, the more likely you'll see women using very unsafe methods and procedures that ultimately result in severe complications and at times at worst death. These complications, again, they are ultimately treated in health facilities, most often in public health facilities, which means that the public healthcare system, again, bears the cost of dealing with unsafe abortion complications. And data again shows that there are millions of dollars that are spent each year by each of our countries to address the issue of post-abortion complications. Money that, if what was saved, could actually result to maybe building better roads or schools or paying, healthcare providers better, and so on and so forth. So the ultimate effects of this lack of access to contraceptives or family planning, is really a drain on resources from the public coffers, including public health facilities. The type of complications that women suffer from could be, organ failure, could be ruptured uterus, could be sepsis or infection. Some of these women require long-term admission in hospitals. As they're admitted in the hospitals, it means that the doctors are not just perhaps physicians or nurses. It may require high-level trained providers to spend hours attending to these women. Time that could have been spent attending to other patients if the issue of abortion was not a challenge. Now, moving forward to reproductive cancers, and as I mentioned above in the question, this was related to breast cancer or cervical cancer. For sure, reproductive cancers such as breast cancer and cervical cancer remain some of the most preventable if we have early screening and treatment available to the most at-risk groups of women. However, this access to screening services remain very limited, and worse more to those in rural areas or in villages, those of lower socioeconomic status who have no information, no access to these screening services. I'll give an example of cervical cancer. While it remains one of the leading killers of women with regards to cancer, there are thousands of women who suffer terrible complications as they struggle through the journeys of cervical cancer. Yet there are abundant opportunities to prevention of cervical cancers, including preventing the initial infection with the human papillomavirus. That is the cause for almost 97% of cervical cancers. Human papillomavirus can be prevented by the HPV vaccine, which is largely available in our countries. However, the uptake to the HPV vaccines, especially among girls, that is a target group, remains acutely low. And part of the reason is that there's no widespread information, that there are no educational, educational facilities, and sort of to inspire and to increase awareness about the availability of these vaccines to be able to prevent the initial HPV infection that ultimately translates into cervical cancer. Now, even if someone is infected with the HPV virus, which ultimately results in cervical cancer, there are still opportunities to prevent if there's early screening, because early screening provides the opportunity to detect early. And when detected early, there are a lot of ways to treat these pre-cancer lesions using less complicated, affordable treatment procedures that can be done even in middle-level hospitals, rather than when it's more advanced and has to be attended to at the highest possible level of health facility, and of course also by a highly trained provider that are rarely available. So I think, in conclusion to this, I think the lack of screening services within accessible health facilities for a majority of women in our communities, and without education and community engagements and awareness, as well as the political leadership that drives shifts in knowledge and attitudes to enable uptake of screening services and early treatment, thousands of women die for reasons that are heavily and mostly preventable, especially from these cancers, as well as from other issues such as abortion. My second question was, can women afford the cost of sanitary towels, given the recent inflation trends? So again, sanitary material remain really essential to the menstrual health and well-being of girls. The cost of sanitary towels remains so high for a majority of girls, most of whom are still in school and without gainful employment, and of course with several other competing needs, including food. Food perhaps remains the top priority, school fee, and others. So this situation, of course, adversely affects the health and well-being of girls who have to resort to rags, at times leaves, tissue paper, and other very unhygienic material to meet their sanitary needs. Of course, studies have shown that the lack of sanitary material that are safe, of course, is associated with tendency towards resorting to transactional sex. So, you buy for me the sanitary towels and I'm able to, transact sex in the process of that. And of course, this then leads to a host of many other risk factors, including acquisition of STIs and HIV infection, teen pregnancies, early childhood, and even early child motherhood, because some of these sexual engagements can result in pregnancies, again, which lead down to the chain of abortion and so on and so forth. So if we do not intentionally address the gaps related to access to sanitary material, then we are directly putting our girls in the line of risk, and this ultimately affects their health and well-being. And you can imagine the number of days lost in school, for those who just decide to miss school days because they're in their periods. And of course, as others are continuing to learn, the number of days missed in a year are too many, and so they do not have equal opportunities with their peers who have access to some of this material to actually be able to achieve, the required standards academically. My third question relates to are essential medicines, including ARVs and prophylactic, HIV medicine, affordable, and are they widely available? Indeed, what must be said is that HIV treatment services are the most scaled up public health program in the history of medicine. There is no disease that has been dealt with en masse, such as the HIV epidemic. And today, across all villages, in most of our villages, we have clinics and facilities and low-level facilities that are able to provide HIV care, including testing, counseling, and even some level of treatment. Whereas several health facilities are now able to test and treat and offer antiretroviral therapies to population, majority of these services are, of course, dependent on donor support. So it's a big challenge because this scale up of HIV services, including even the purchase and supply of ARVs, is largely donor dependent. And of course, as a result, the risk of global shocks, such as the changes in political leadership, large-scale epidemics such as COVID, if there are economic shocks in countries such as the US and the UK that remain largest contributors to the global health assistance programs, these shocks ultimately affect us. And with regards to HIV, any interruption in access to drugs and services, inherently predisposes the communities and women and children and husbands and basically everyone in the society to additional risks of infection if they were not infected, or of defaulting in terms of uptake of drug, and of course that also results to very poor health outcomes in the long term. The second challenge is that whereas HIV program is heavily present in most communities and societies, the program remains very vertical. And by vertical, what I mean is that because of the donor attention to HIV, it has remained vertical and not integrated with other services. And of course, this is a challenge because that platform, the HIV, could have been used to enhance access to other services, other sexual reproductive health services. The same patients who are coming for HIV testing or counseling would also be in need of cancer screening, would be in need of family planning and contraceptives, counseling and education for adolescents. And such efforts remain very limited because HIV as a disease platform has remained largely vertical. My final question is around the out-of-pocket payment. How do we pay for services in our hospital? So how much do the out-of-pocket expenses compare to the income of citizens with regards to what they spend on healthcare? How much do out-of-pocket expenses compare to the income of citizens with regards to what they're earning? and spending on healthcare. And of course, here too, there's a big problem. The big problem is related to out-of-pocket payment. As we know, honorable members, out-of-pocket expenditure is one of the main drivers to household poverty, because in countries where user fees is common in the public health system, or is a common standard in public health system, and where access to quality, access to quality care is a concern when going to public hospitals. So people have a tendency to visit private healthcare, facilities. That then predisposes a huge proportion of the population to very catastrophic health expenditures. Majority of people still rely on out-of-pocket payments whenever they're accessing healthcare services. And this is because the coverage, by the public insurance remains acutely low, very low. In some countries, it is basically less than 10%, and mostly covers public servants, or other well-to-do persons in the society. And that is in countries where it exists, because it does not exist in all countries. At the same time, the private health insurance remains very expensive and mostly unreachable to a huge proportion of the population. In most countries, it is less than 5% or 10%. Again, a very small proportion of the population. This then leads to the situation where people spend a lot of money in the hospitals. The majority of people seeking healthcare services use out-of-pocket payment method, which translates to catastrophic expenditures to the individual and to the household. Catastrophic expenditure, by definition, is when the out-of-pocket expenditure for health exceeds 40% of the household non-subsistence spending. So the amount you're spending for a particular healthcare service is more than 40% of what you'll be using in the household to sustain food, pay bills, and so on and so forth. Now, for very severe medical conditions, such as maternal complications during pregnancies or childbirth, studies have shown that the cost of care can really run high very fast. So a woman who was pregnant then suddenly develops, preeclampsia, or there's an infection, or has a complication during the pregnancy and has to be taken into the hospital. There are so many unforeseen costs that then could emerge, even though in some of our countries, we are moving towards having free care for, during maternity. But so those costs can run high very fast. And this is especially the case when there's prolonged admission period. When there's prolonged admission period in the hospital, or admission to ICU is required, or whether, ICU or HDU, or whether surgical procedures are needed to be done, or where there is long-term medication or rehabilitation. This situation leads to people, or their households disposing properties, family properties such as houses, land, cars, or even take up huge loans, or from banks that at times further drive them into poverty. And the out-of-pocket payment approach is known to contribute to delay in seeking services also, because someone will not, even though they know they already have recognized that they're unwell and they know that they're supposed to go to the hospital, they then delay because they do not have the guarantee that they have money to pay for that service. So they will tend to take longer time to leave the house and go to the hospital. And due to that delay, the situation can easily get worse. Out-of-pocket payments as a share of the total expenditure, then remains very high in our countries, and evidence shows that catastrophic expenditure and impoverishment remain low in countries where out-of-pocket payment is less. And this is mostly the case in countries where user fees have been scrapped off, but out-of-pocket expenditure as well as impoverishment remains very high in countries where out-of-pocket payment is the main mode of payment, and user fees are still dominant in our public health system. Finally, just from data that we have, is that in 2015, for instance, in Zimbabwe, the household out-of-pocket expenditure accounted for about 1/4 of the total health expenditure in Zimbabwe, and about 7.6% of the households incurred catastrophic health expenditures. These 7.6% households that ultimately incur catastrophic expenditures during access to care may be in irrecoverable positions in terms of household status, wealth, and so on and so forth. So they may go into poverty and remain in poverty. Otherwise, that's all I would want to present this afternoon. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kenneth Juma, for your submissions. SADC citizens and Honorable Member of Parliaments, before I proceed to call on for any questions, clarifications, or comments following Mr. Juma's submission, may I kindly find out if we now have anyone from Southern Africa Litigation Center or UNODC? If they are there, may they please show by raise of hand so that we can be able to manage time going forward, seeing that I allowed Mr. Juma to go on about his 15 minutes. Anyone from Southern Africa Litigation Center? UNODC? I see no hands. Okay, so before I call on the next presenter to do their submission, I can see Honorable Mpanza has already raised their hand. Can we have your comments? Go ahead, Honorable.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for an opportunity. My thanks also goes to the presenter. Maybe I would like to make a few comments with regard to the questions he was actually speaking to. In my country, for instance, I think the struggle is the same. If there are no enough form of employment, we all suffer the same. There are no preferences. If there is an opportunity, we all have access in a similar fashion. And I have not heard of salaries which are meant for either gender to do a similar kind of work. You get a similar salary, which I think there isn't much as here. Issues of dropouts in Eswatini, it looks like early and unintended pregnancies are becoming homogeneous in most of the developing economies. They are very much common. We do have some cases of such dropouts due to early and unintended pregnancies. But on the other hand, in terms of fees and stuff, government came up with a strategy. We have what we call free primary education, where government takes up the expense to say at least every child should have an opportunity to go to school, even at secondary level, because you find that some parents are able to look after their children. Government again would come in on issues of those that may not be able to support themselves with regard to school fees and stuff. I personally have not heard of anything like female genital mutilation in Eswatini for as long as I have existed. So I think on that one I may not necessarily have a comment personally. No reported cases of lack of such commodities, but I must be frank with you. Issues of sexual and reproductive health services do not only swing on the hinges of them being available in the sense that they are in stock, but with me, availability will even go to an extent of thinking about where the such services are available but inaccessible, maybe due to lack of transport, lack of bus fares and stuff for those people to reach out to facilities. Well, those are some of the issues you would somehow experience, but they're not so distinct. It should be maybe those isolated cases, but otherwise we have quite an acceptable distribution, and the facilities are distributed almost at an acceptable level. Yeah. Issues of essential medicines, which include ARVs and prophylaxis for HIV. I'm happy to submit that there is a budget on the part of government through the Ministry of Health, where such commodities are being provided for. We are not solely dependent on foreign support from foreign aid, but we have a budget for that one, and we can't complain much about that. There's evidence of milestones that Eswatini has done in as far as issues of HIV and AIDS are concerned. So I think, moderator, this is what I actually wanted to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, for your submission. I had seen a hand earlier on from Honorable Bariwa, but I can't see the picture on my timeline.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Facilitator. Let me begin by thanking all our presenters since morning, because if you look at the program, it's really taking us step by step to where we are supposed to then plan in order to alleviate all these problems. But alas, these problems actually they affect women and the girl child mostly. I hear the Honorable who has just been on the platform saying, yes, the pocket is for everyone. When you get the salary, it's not choose a gender. But I think the demands and needs of women are more than that of the other gender. I think this is why there's this outcry. And I appreciate the fact that even at the beginning, the very beginning, the presentation that was done earlier in the morning, it was also done by a male who actually walked us through in terms of the problems when the children, when problems that affect the women and children socially cannot be ignored. Having said that, the Honorable Facilitator, let me just hasten to say, I think in Zimbabwe, we had also, government actually had waived aside user fees for maternity. So for the last 2 years, the women would just deliver and walk out of the hospitals. And because, of the economy and the other affecting issues, they needed to also relook in terms of what then, where do women go after the 2 years exemption has expired. We are coming from a budget presentation which was done by the minister just yesterday, where we are bemoaning the absence of clear intention of alleviating all these social problems, be it mental health in the Ministry of Health, in the Ministry of Education, in the Ministry of Labor and Social Welfare, where the majority of the safety net and social protection programs are housed in this particular last Ministry of Social Welfare. So at the end of it all, I would want to believe that we need to escalate the fight in terms of also having decent work where workers can afford the particular schemes in terms of health schemes that are actually target women and children, and also even at the workplace, health schemes that actually promote and protect the vulnerables. Collectively, I think we can conquer this problem. And I want to appreciate the previous speaker, the honorable from Eswatini, that problems in the SADC or globally in the continent, you'll find that in Africa, our problems are shared. You have workers who are earning far less than the poverty datum line, and the salary is expected actually to cater for everyone. So really, I think we need to escalate the fight in terms of having collective bargaining agreements that will also make the workers get sufficient income in their pocket, both men and women, and also have targeted programs in order to have women access essential medicines. Yes, in Zimbabwe, ARVs are no longer a problem, but perhaps let me talk about the prophylaxis, where we need slight education that when one has been abused or sexually abused or raped, they need to access within a period of time so that at least they can be saved in terms of acquiring HIV or AIDS. And I would want to believe that the problems that we face in the region can be alleviated collectively with efforts and much fat pockets where we can protect the women and children. Out of pocket, I don't think we have any out of pocket at the moment, because what the workers get at the moment is not even enough. So the out of pocket is nothing to talk about because they don't have the out of pocket. But let me really thank also the Secretariat for having put such a well thought program that provokes the members in talking, and also the public engagement in actually getting out issues around to do with human and social development. I thank you, facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. My SADC citizens, any comments, questions before I hand over to Madam Chair? Let me at this moment welcome the Secretary General. I see she's on my timeline now. Earlier on, there were apologies made that she was traveling and could not be able to join the meeting, but she's here with us now. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, and let me welcome welcome the SG. At least you are there amongst us, which you have heard. You will hear the resolutions based on the recommendations. I would like to ask one small questions in regards to Juma, the presenter. Juma, would you have any evidence or statistics on the percentage of reported unintended pregnancies and unwanted pregnancies for the region? Otherwise, I believe the questions were very specific, and the facilitator has brought out so many issues. You have brought out so many issues, which especially we have seen have imposed a high cost to the health system, especially in regards to curative or treatment, rehabilitative healthcare system. But one small thing is that I would like to share with the committee members, at least for the Seychelles. I think we are very, very, very lucky because the health system so far is free into all the public health facilities, and the funds is derived from the taxpayers, which probably other countries may sort of follow suit, especially in regards to community programs, community health services or public health services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Juma. There was a question that was for you.
Yes, sure. we have data, and as you're talking, I was just struggling to Google to retrieve the platform where the data exists. So an organization called the Guttmacher Institute has modeled data for each and every country with regards to unintended pregnancies. And not only unintended pregnancies, by age group. So which age group perhaps has the highest unintended pregnancies? And then where do these unintended pregnancies end? How many of them end in unplanned births? Absolutely. So how many of them end up in abortions? How many end up in unplanned births? How many are then, of course, as part of unplanned births, we have some miscarriages. Abortion can be either a miscarriage or spontaneous, miscarriage spontaneous or induced. So how many end up in either of those outcomes? How many also end up in stillbirths? So that data is there. What I'm going to do is just to Google that platform, and then I'll paste on the as a link to the chat.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Juma. As we move on with our program, I would like to call upon now the representative from Oxfam, Southern Africa Regional Office, Anthony Amande. You are here with us. May you please go ahead with your presentation, sir.
Sir, thank you so much, Andrew. I hope you can hear me. I'm having a power blackout, so I am on my phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, super. So thank you so much, Madam Chair, for giving us this opportunity to come here and air our views, as well as give recommendations on various issues that we work on as far as social and economic, human development are concerned. So my name is Anthony Kamande, and I am from Oxfam. And unlike what previous presenters have been presenting, we have been having an excellent presentations this morning. Sorry. So I was saying that we have been having excellent presentations this morning. But for me, I'm just going to take a different angle, as this is inequality angle, because as Oxfam, we have been working so much on inequality, because we believe that there's no way that we are going to have or to achieve a universal health coverage and all these good things that we have been talking about without tackling the extreme economic crisis as well as social inequality that we are having in our countries, in our communities. Madam Chair, I think we all know, or at least that the SADC region is actually the most unequal sub-region of any in the world. And we do have about 6 countries, the top 6 countries, the top out of the 6 out of 10 top countries, top most unequal countries in the world are actually in this region. This extreme economic inequality is actually having a massive impact on the SADC poorest people. Because they are having to suffer unnecessarily. Thousands of people are having to die because they cannot access even the most basic healthcare services. And we all know in such situation, it's women and girls who do bear a disproportionate burden of this massive or this huge gap that we are having in our countries. Madam Chair, as you said this morning, I think you put it very well, that we have been having this multiplicity of factors that are actually elevating the inequality crisis in Africa, in SADC especially. So we had, or we are still having the COVID-19 pandemic that actually exposed and supercharged the inequality crisis in SADC countries. As the poorest people were severely hit by the pandemic health, as well as its economic fallout. So we saw that poor people were hard hit by the disease itself, as well as on the economic part. And this was actually, we saw a reverse. So for the past couple of years, countries were actually doing a good job in reducing poverty. as well as improving the living standards of vast majority of people. But this was reversed by the COVID-19 pandemic. And now we are having this cost of living crisis. Food and energy prices have gone through the roof. We have the impact of climate change, all of which are making the situation especially dire for them as SADC poorest people, especially women and other vulnerable groups, people who are living in rural areas. So this massive explosion in inequality is actually very shocking. It's affecting or impacting the lives of millions of SADC citizens who are suffering from poverty. But as we have been saying, this is not inevitable. So this massive, this huge gap between the rich people is not inevitable. It's a result of deliberate policy choices that we have been making because we believe that each government has the power. Each government in SADC region has the power to work for their people, to reduce the inequality gap between the rich and the people, to give people quality education, to give people quality healthcare, to give people income support through social protection, because I think this is what most people want. This is what the poorest people out there are interested in, because I believe that, or we believe that, giving people quality healthcare is like, improving their income, because that poor person will not have to spend a lot of money to access healthcare. They not have to spend a lot of money to, send their kids, to school. Here in Oxfam, as well as with our partner, that is the Norwegian Church Aid, as well as Development Finance International. So in May, we released actually a report that is called the SADC Commitment to Reducing Inequality Index report, where we try to look at what various governments in this region are doing to improve the living standards of the vast majority of SADC citizens who are actually, suffering from poverty, who cannot access education, who cannot access healthcare. But the result of this index, because what we are looking at is public services, education, healthcare, as well as social protection, because these are very important. They are vital in, helping the most vulnerable people, in helping the poorest people out there. So we're also looking at labor rights, and I think, Madam Chair, you are just mentioning before I came in about how workers out there are not getting, they don't even have the money for the out-of-pocket health spending. And this means that they are not being paid well. Their working condition is so poor. So these are some of the things that we have been actually looking at, as well as on who is paying what when it comes to taxes. Because again, we need money to invest in health. We need money to invest in social protection. We need money to invest in education. And where will this money come from? This money will come from taxes, from domestic sources. And the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that we need to improve our domestic revenue mobilization. But what are some of the findings from our report? So what we have seen is that most countries in SADC are not doing enough. They are not introducing inequality-busting policies to help their people. For example, health, education, as well as social protection spending remain far too low to provide universal coverage. Tax systems are very unfair with the wealthiest people, as well as their corporation, especially in the mining sector, paying a relatively small amount in tax. And this means that we are not able to get money to invest in social services. So we are seeing that unemployment, as well as the levels of precarious employment, are on the rise in the region. And minimum wage, as Madam Chair, again, you are mentioning, is far too low to provide a decent standards of living for the vast majority of SADC citizens. And as we speak here, about half of SADC citizens cannot access even the most basic healthcare services. So we are talking about sexual as well as reproductive healthcare. Most SADC people cannot access this one. It is because our healthcare is in dire state. So, for example, we are just spending about, the SADC region in general is just spending about 10% of the budget on healthcare. as well as about 9% on social protection. This means that we don't have money to build hospitals, we don't have money to hire healthcare workers, we don't have money to hire teachers, and so on and so forth. But because of time, we made some few recommendations on what government, the SADC Parliament, as well as other policy makers should do in order to help the vast majority of SADC citizens who are really suffering. And these are practical solutions that are realistic. One is to improve spending on social services. I think this one is, basic. For example, healthcare should be, increased to about 15% in each country, so that we can be able to provide free, universal, as well as quality healthcare to each and every citizen in SADC region. As well as to help our mothers, to help our girls out there, we should also invest in social services. We should increase social protection budget, which is actually very low, because without increasing or without strengthening the income support for the vast majority of people who are really suffering, even healthcare will be out of reach for them, because they'll not be able to access maybe food or good diet and so on and so forth. And then there was this presentation that we got earlier on from this girl. I think it was very good about the need to increase budget in our education system. So currently the SADC countries are spending, about 15% of their budget on education, but which is quite low compared to the magnitude or compared to the number of students who are supposed to be in classroom. So one of our recommendations that we are giving is that each and every SADC country should increase their education budget to at least 20%, and make sure that this spending is actually progressive, because one thing to spend, to have a huge budget, say on health or education, and another thing for this money to reach the neediest people, the poorest people out there who need them. So our spending should not only be increased, it should also be proper, it should also be progressive. Of course, we have many other recommendations, such as also intervening in the labor market to make sure that the workers, especially those workers who are in informal employment, are protected. They're able to get at least, some wage that they can that can afford them. It is a decent standard of living. And I think one area that cannot forget to mention is strengthening budget transparency as well as accountability through public participation, like what we are having right now, because I think that's very important. Parliaments in the region should make sure that they are able to oversight the budget. They are able to to participate in the budget making process, as well as inviting the members of public to give the recommendations when the budget process making is underway, because it's these people that you are working on, and if their views are not taken into account, that we are not going to improve their living standards as we would want to do, because I think each government would want to see their citizens living at least a decent life. But if we forget it, forget to include these people in our processes, in our policy making, we are not going to go far. And one thing that maybe we are recommending to SADC Secretariat is actually to develop and monitor compliance with regional norms on social spending, on education, health, social protection, as well as on agriculture and coverage of public services for people living in poverty. So I think we should have this at the regional level, and I think the SADC Secretariat is the right body to do this, read on this, to ensure that it's also able to monitor what countries are doing as far as social services are concerned, so that we can at least improve the living standards of the vast majority of SADC citizens who are really struggling, who are really, crying for government help, who are really crying for, for the support because the situation is so dire. But we do believe that governments have the choice, the SADC Parliament, as well as parliaments across the region, they do have a choice to do the right thing and work for the vast majority of SADC citizens because that's what I think people want. I believe if we are able to do this, people will be able to access quality education, quality healthcare. They will not be. They will also be able to. Have an income support, even if one becomes employed. And these are things that are doable. It's not things. They are not things that are out of nowhere. They are doable if we have political as well as policy way to do these things. Thank you so much. I will stop there, but thank you so much for giving the public as well as the CSO this opportunity to come, as well as give a views, as well as hear from other people, because I think it's very important. We are also learning new things by being in this hearing. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anton Kamande, for your submissions. At this moment, I would like to invite if there are any questions, comments. I will see by raise of hands if there are any comments and questions. In the absence of any comments and question, I'll give to Madam Chair to make a comment on this final submission that we did.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you so much, Mr. Kamanda, for the presentation on poverty reduction, especially the impacts of COVID-19 on the SADC citizens economically. And I believe that you have gone through all the necessary lines that we should consider, and especially in regards to support the countries, all countries, member states. I believe into the one aspect or one area that you mentioned in relations to the promotion of PPP, that is public-private partnership, to improve the SADC health indicators, not only health, but at least we have other issues, social health, because you spoke about the countries should increase domestic funding in the areas of health care, social protection, and particularly for the young people, the school education, which is very fundamental if we want to have a healthy population, and at the same time for us to have healthy workforce in future. Thank you so much, and productive workforce as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this moment, before we go to the next phase of our program, I would like to invite if there are any questions, comments, or if the presenters, they want to make some additions from what they presented since this morning. Remember, I said at the end of it all, we're going to have time to also have comments and feedback. And I'd say people can just be noting them down so that if you missed making a comment on the earlier on presentation, but you feel there's something that you want to add on, you can raise your hand at this moment and we give you an opportunity before we move on to the next session of our program. In the absence of any comments and questions, I will now invite.
There's one hands up, please, Adolfo.
Oh, sorry, I did
Sorry,
not.
yeah. Sorry.
Timeline, it was not showing. Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Mabeneke.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator, Moderator, and Madam Chair, for having led us through this exciting discussion. And I just want to highlight a few issues that I think our esteemed honorable members of parliament need to take home as one of the strategic or key takeaways. If you noticed very well from the discussions that we had since morning, from the stories of child marriages from Lois Njenge, that brilliant young woman from Zimbabwe, the story of child marriages and how there is lack and also compromised sexual and reproductive health services, to another important reflection by Millicent Sitaile from Botswana, in terms of you only care when we are pregnant or when I'm pregnant. And in reality, you would find that even when these adolescent girls and young women are pregnant, nobody cares for them. To another important submission again from a young and vibrant young man from Zambia, where there was a special note on give us the tools and we'll protect ourselves. And again, one from Zimbabwe by Loveness Mudzuru on how child marriages again is haunting and remains to be a daunting challenge in our communities in the sub-region. And now, of course, we need to make available psychosocial support as an important ingredient among the package of services that have to be available in all our health centers. So a cross-section reflection on all those submissions. There is one important thing or one important thread that our esteemed members of parliament need to realize. If you realize, we are talking about limitations with resources, we are talking about challenges with availability, affordability of sexual and reproductive health services, then what it narrows down to at the end of the day is, if we are serious as a region, in terms of the SRHR agenda, in terms of meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, if you are serious as member states within the SADC region as a regional economic bloc, then we need to question and come to a position where we are saying, if member states agreed on the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan, which is from 2020 to 2030, as part and parcel of the 2050 vision for SADC, why is it that the Regional Indicative Strategic Plan is in terms of its implementation matrix, the SADC SRHR strategy is missing? So there's certainly something not in order, something that we need to question each other as parliamentarians in our key functions in parliament, in our key functions through the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We can't continue to debate and have reflections on access to SRHR service, while on the other hand, it's such an important regional indicative strategic development plan. Because when I look at the regional indicative strategic development plan, this is SADC's blue book in terms of development. But then, if you want to engage with that blue book, the SRHR strategy is missing. So this is my long and short call to our members of parliament as a key takeaway message, because what we are doing here is we have set ourselves on a journey, but apparently we have forgotten to take out with ourselves the tools to clear the road for us. And as long as the SADC SRHR strategy is missing from the regional indicative strategic development plan, we will continue to come back to these questions. We will continue to have nightmares, and we will continue to have a situation where our development, our integration development strategy is missing the human element. You can only address the human element in full circle in terms of development when you have fully addressed all the sexual and reproductive health rights element as addressed in the SADC SRHR strategy, of which member states have signed to, and other complementary human rights instruments like the Maputo Protocol that we talked about, and also the Continental Policy Framework on Sexual and Reproductive Health Rights. Thank you very much. I thought I needed to make that point home, that there is something which is missing at regional level, at strategic level, and this is the SRA strategy to be included as one of the basket of instruments to spearhead the regional SRA agenda. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maveneke. My SADC citizens, any other submissions? In the absence of any hand raised up, I will at this moment now invite our honorable members of parliament to deliberate on the submissions that have been made. I'm not sure how many members of parliament we have here, but I'm willing to give you at least 4 minutes each to deliberate, and then I will hand over after you have all completed to Madam Chair. May I see by raise of hands, honorable members of parliament? Your citizens have made their submissions throughout the day. They want to hear from you. Or maybe at this moment I can give it back to Madam Chair to break the ice. Oh yes, I can see Honorable Pariwa's hand is up, so let me give the opportunity to her.
Thank you, facilitator. I think earlier on, because I think I had jumped the gun in actually thanking the Secretariat in preparing this kind of an arrangement where we also interface with the citizens and experts and those with the experience, those with vivid memories in terms of the issues that affect women, girls, and children in terms of sexual reproductive health rights. In the presentations, someone asked, is mental health a right? Yes, it is a right, because we need to be in our proper senses for us to make laws, for us to debate, and for us even to lead, because you wouldn't want as a nation or as a region to be led by insane members of parliament. So it is a right actually for the mental health to be a right. I want to also appreciate that the issues that have been tabled and deliberated upon and presented by those who are in the organizations that deal with these particular issues on a day-to-day basis, and the citizens themselves with the difficulties that they have actually exposed. There is then need for us to harmonize in terms of doing the work, so that because there are similarities in all the issues that have been presented. They are interwoven. You can't separate them because they point to one thing. They point to deficit in terms of allocations. They also point issues of poverty. They also point to issues of disadvantage. They point to issues of gender imbalances, and specifically the other gender, which is the women and the girls. And there is need then for members of us as members of parliament to put these issues in parliament through questions, be it motions, and also to come up with legislation that actually takes on board these issues if we are to attain or achieve the SDGs. Because several SDGs may not be attained, should we as a region not have put in order most of the things to deal with health, most of the issues to deal with human development. So, facilitator, I don't want to actually bog you down with issues that I had already highlighted at the beginning. And I want to appreciate and thank the Secretariat for a good job, well done. And also our presenters, they've done extremely well. The young girls, they're clear and very emphatic in terms of issues to do with the child marriages in Zimbabwe. We have had this as a law now, and we are in the process of actually wanting to align this particular law with our current constitution, because if a law is not speaking to the constitution, then there's a mismatch. So I hope and trust that as the SADC region, our laws have also to be aligned with the constitution, and our ministries, we need also to put them to task so that they deal with these particular issues. If it's education, if it's health, if it's for the women, so that at the end of it all, we speak with one voice in terms of issues that affect sexual reproductive health and women and girls. I submit, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pariwa. Any other honorable? I'm not seeing your hands. I wanted to give you an opportunity before I give Madam Chair. The absence of any other hand.
Yes, thank you so much, Andrew. You know, one thing is that ever since this morning, after listening to all the presentations, and I should say most of them were real case studies on sexual reproductive health, and they had very tangible evidence-based recommendations, which has sort of tickled our minds for us to think that we must do more than what we are doing now. So these challenges and issues has not only tickled our brain, but I believe as members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, we should turn all those challenges into opportunities so that we can address them either through motions, through questions, through programs into our next upcoming plan of action. Because if we don't do it now, we shall not be doing it in the future. So I believe whatever has been brought out by especially the young girls and other presenters, there are real issues affecting them. And this forum is particularly for us to listen to them, not only now to listen to them, but apply what needs to be applied in regards to ensure that our region, our sexual reproductive health indicators improves for the upcoming, well, I should say years to come. Maybe we shall be able to meet the universal health coverage and the SDGs by the year 2030. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. At this moment, I would like to invite our ICT team. They've got a questionnaire which they need to share. Yes, there are any technicalities on that questionnaire. I've seen they've shared something on the chat, but in case there's something that they want to emphasize and add on, this moment is share with participants of the meeting. I'm not seeing anyone from ICT, but all the same, they've shared links to questionnaires which they will want you to take part in. And please take part in those questionnaires. I think they are in all 3 different languages. Choose that is in your language. And then before I give to Madam Chair to give us closing remarks for our meeting today, which was very informative, because I believe the purpose or the reason for a public hearing is to give an opportunity for both sides to receive. That is our honorable parliamentarians and the SADC citizens. And also give a voice to the public. Remember, the honorables are our representatives in the various parliaments that we have. So it was an opportunity for SADC citizens to voice out their concerns. And we want to thank SADC PF for this opportunity to open up to the public. So at this moment, if there is any issue from either the SADC citizens or the parliamentarians, may we please show by raise of hand, because after this opportunity, I will then hand over to Madam Chair to give us closing remarks. So I wished for us to leave this place having known that almost everyone is satisfied. Oh yes, there's a SADC citizen from Malawi. I'm not seeing your name, but on my timeline I'm hearing it.
That's good.
Yes, please go ahead. SADC citizen from Malawi, please go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. And moderator, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. I think from my end, I'm having issues with connecting via the video. So I would ask the chair to permit me to value if that's okay. I will introduce myself as a challenge. I'm working on social and sexual context education and sexual reproductive health rights. I stand to the table to how can we best be assured to have down in a situation of corruption within the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your submission, but unfortunately, I think there was a feedback. I'm not sure if Madam Chair was able to hear your submission.
Not really, because there was a break in communication on and off. I could not hear it properly.
Is it possible that maybe you can type through your submission on our chat?
No problem. Yes, that will do. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. I now have a cue from ICT team. They are saying the surveys are for feedback on the session. Kindly complete. So you are being requested, that is everyone who's here participating, you are being requested to complete the survey feedback forms. I hope we can scroll up and identify the things which are relevant to us, that is our language, because I think there are 3 different things that have been put there. Okay, in the absence of any other hand, I will then give to Madam Chair to give us a closing remark. I still believe SADC citizen from Malawi is still typing his question. And, by the end of the closing remarks, if he's done with his question, then Madam Chair will also address that question. Thank you. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Andrew, for being with us ever since this morning, patiently being with us. Honorable members of our committee, the Secretary General of SADC-PF, Her Excellency, Ms. Boemo Tegoma, our esteemed experts, officials from the SADC-PF, our valued citizens and stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, I feel greatly honored to deliver the closing remarks at this successful inaugural virtual public hearings to the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs. I firmly believe that the highly interactive presentations and the submissions that were delivered and the ensuing deliberations and discussions have given us valuable knowledge that will enable us to propel the sexual reproductive health and rights issues and other related issues to new heights. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I must admit that the level of participation and enthusiasm exhibited at this virtual public hearing is an example of our ample testimony to the interest that we all have in enhancing effective implementation of sexual and reproductive health in the SADC region. I have seen that the passion and the conviction of our members of parliament and issues on sexual reproductive health is indeed as strong as ever. From the discussion, it was clear that all of us have a grasp of the main issues. It was encouraging to hear our citizens articulating pertinent issues with so much clarity. It is my sincere hope that we'll be able to report to full plenary of the recommendations that have been made so that the SADC-PF adopt implementable resolutions that are evidence, that are backed by evidence. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank all the citizens who favored us with their submissions. Their efforts shall not be in vain. I will also wish to thank everyone who has made this hearing as a success, particularly to the Secretariat and other specialists who continue to work out of the spotlight to ensure that we execute our mandate effectively. To them, we are grateful for their service. And as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end to make way for better things to come. As such, it is my singular honor to declare the virtual public hearing officially closed. I thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you could possibly check on our chat, I think we now have a question from our citizen.
How do we ensure safe commodities? Citizen from Malawi. Yes. In fact, there were a citizen from Malawi. Good that you have posted recommendations. How do we ensure our safety and security modalities in ensuring inclusions of all in high office, self-representation by marginalized groups in our society, with the ongoing cases of corruption and poor leadership into governance within member states? I believe maybe we can include that as well. And there was another one from Madagascar, which is in French. It says, you've got that one.
Earlier on, but I didn't get it. Yes.
Okay. From Madagascar, it says, comment pourrions-nous avancer pour que les femmes et les filles puissent vraiment jouir de leurs droits? Bientôt, nous allons célébrer le 20e anniversaire du protocole à la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples relatif aux droits des femmes en Afrique, qui a été signé par la plupart des pays de la SADC, mais pas encore ratifié. Il est temps d'activer, merci au SADC-PF et aussi présentateurs lors de cette audience publique. This one comes from Madagascar. Revlon, Honorable Revelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for making sure that they know that their submissions have been noted by reading them out. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our today's program. I would like to thank the honorable members of parliament who, despite their busy schedules, they found time to be with us here today at this public hearing. And also thank you to the SADC citizens who made time and effort to bring out those submissions, well-detailed submissions with so much data and clear picture of what is happening on the ground in our communities. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye, Chair.